Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's 6:32. I know we still have a few people outside, but I'm going to ask everyone to please have a seat. We're calling the meeting to order. Mauricio, roll call.
Commissioner Stuyvesant. Commissioner Lama. Here. Commissioner Joseph.
Present.
Vice Mayor Vizcarra.
Here.
Mayor Svechin.
Here.
All members present, ma'am.
All right. If I can get everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Vitaly, will you lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Father, welcome. We have an invocation.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Father, Son, and Spirit. Amen. Almighty and gracious God, we gather this day as servants of our community, seeking your wisdom and guidance. You are the source of all harmony and the Father of every people and culture. As we begin this meeting, we ask you to pour out your spirit of understanding upon our city and upon all who have been entrusted with leadership. Look with kindness upon our community and our world, where division, fear, and conflict too often overshadow hope. Free our hearts from prejudice, indifference, and the temptation to see others as less deserving of dignity and respect. Help us to appreciate the rich diversity within our city, the many backgrounds, languages, and traditions that together form a beautiful tapestry. May this diversity never be a cause for division, but a reminder of the shared humanity we hold in common. Guide our commissioners and all who serve our residents. Inspire them to choose a path of dialogue, fairness, and mutual respect. Grant them clarity of mind, patience in deliberation, and courage to pursue what promotes the common good. Make us mindful that we are neighbors and fellow pilgrims, responsible for one another and for the future we shape together. May peace, cooperation, and goodwill flourish in our city. And may the work we undertake today contribute to a more just and harmonious community. We ask all this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to do the approval of the minutes. This is for the January Commission meeting.
Okay, I need a motion.
Second.
I need a first. I'll make
So
the
we will
motion.
make the first.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, your opening statement, Mayor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your attendance and thank you for joining us tonight. Before we begin, there are a few important reminders regarding conduct during our commission meetings. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off or set to silent mode to maintain the integrity of our proceedings. Mutual respect is the foundation of productive discussions. We ask that everyone remain silent and attentive when someone is addressing the commission. Clapping, applauding, heckling, or any verbal outbursts, either in support or opposition of the speaker, are strictly prohibited. Any individual wishing to address the commission must fill out a public speaker's card and submit it to the city clerk before the relevant item is announced. Each speaker is granted a maximum of 3 minutes. Should you exceed this time, the chair will notify you to conclude your remarks. Speak directly to the agenda's points. Remain concise and avoid redundancy. Should an individual speak without the chair's permission or continue speaking after a warning, they may be escorted out of the chambers. It is essential to avoid making impertinent, slanderous remarks or becoming boisterous while addressing the commission. Such behavior may lead to being barred from future commission appearances, unless the majority of the commission members present vote otherwise. The presiding officer may disallow signs or placards in the commission chamber. Please exit the chamber quietly and without disruption. The goal of our meetings is to facilitate public input and participation. However, disruptive or disorderly conduct hinders our collective objective. Individuals who want to speak on an item on the agenda are asked to fill out a public speaker's card and give it to the city clerk before the item is called. Speakers are asked to speak to the issues, make comments concise and to the point, and refrain from making duplicate comments. All speakers will be limited to 1 3-minute comment per item. If you exceed the 3-minute allotment, the chair will advise you to finish your comment. If you speak out of turn without permission from the chair and/or you do not cease speaking after 1 warning, you will be escorted out of chambers. In order to maintain orderly conduct and/or proper decorum at these meetings, anyone who interferes with the orderly process of the meetings after a warning may be removed from the meeting and may be barred from further appearance before the City Commission, as permitted in S-286, 0114, FS and SS 74-5 and 74-21 of the City's Code of Ordinances. Any necessary removal will be made at the direction of the mayor and will be carried out by law enforcement or a designated sergeant at arms. It is essential that attendees adhere to these rules of procedure to ensure productive meetings that serve both the public and the City Commission. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for everyone that's here. We as a commission certainly appreciate it when we have a lot of the public come out. I just want to reiterate some of what you just heard. Because we have so many people in the audience, and I understand a lot of people are signed up to speak, I am going to be really strict with these rules. Please stick to 3 minutes. We also have a court reporter who needs to be able to hear everyone, so please do not speak out of turn. If you must have a private conversation, please take it outside. The acoustics here make it so that we hear everything here, and it's very, very distracting and disrespectful. So please, if you need to have a conversation, take it outside. I'm limiting it to 3 minutes. And I just want to say I want to make sure everyone is heard. We appreciate you being here. I want to acknowledge some former elected officials in the audience. Former Mayor Dana Goldman is here. Former Vice Mayor, I thought I saw Danny Iglesias. Oh, there you are, sir. And former Mayor Norman Edelcup. Thank you for participating and being here. Okay, Mauricio, next item.
So the first item is to address the order of business. Sorry, maybe just give me 1 second.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, so we just have some minor changes to tonight's agenda. The following items have been revised to reflect that the Commissioner Joseph has requested to be listed as a co-sponsor for resolution number 9U, resolution number 9V as well. We also have an add-on for a proclamation issued in honor of Black History Month. And then we also have, as a result of the 3 o'clock workshop, an add-on to approve a resolution supporting some legislative bills.
All right, I need a motion to approve the change to the agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you. So now it takes us to the zoning section of our agenda. The first item is 5A, and before we do that, I just need to read introductory statements. 1 second.
Okay. Are we okay with seating back there? There's enough chairs?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this evening's agenda has 1 new zoning application and 1 continued zoning application from last month's public hearing. The City Commission will be conducting public hearings to review and consider both these applications. In these matters, the City Commission sits in a quasi-judicial capacity. The City Commission will hear testimony from city staff, the applicants, and members of the public. With regards to the continued zoning application from last month's public hearing, the city attorney will provide further guidance and information regarding the procedures for the continuation of said public hearing prior to its commencement. All materials attached to the agenda are considered part of the record, as well as any additional documentary evidence that is introduced and accepted into the recording during these hearings. If you intend to speak or provide testimony on any zoning application, you must be sworn in by the city clerk and should also fill out a public speaker's card and give it to the city clerk before the agenda is called. When you are called to speak, please state your name on the record, your address, and whether you've been sworn in. Please make your comments concisely. With regards to the new zoning application, the procedure will be as follows. The city staff will present first. After city staff has made the presentations, the applicant will make their presentation in support of their application. Thereafter, the hearing will be open to members of the public to speak in support of or against the pending application. The City Commission may set time limits for members of the public to speak. After members of the public, both staff and applicant may make additional statements, rebuttal, and the applicant has the right to cross-examine any witness. Thereafter, the public hearing portion of the item will be closed, and the Commission will commence deliberations and make a decision on the application. Ultimately, the decision made by the City Commission at the conclusion of each hearing must be based upon competent substantial evidence which has been presented during the course of the hearings and must adhere to the essential requirements of the law. Competent substantial evidence is defined as evidence that is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequately support the conclusion reached, and includes the documentary evidence in the record, city's staff report, comments or opinions of professional staff, fact-based comments of neighbors, residents, and laypersons, and opinion testimony, but only by witnesses who are qualified as experts. Competent substantial evidence does not include conjecture, speculation, or generalized opinions or statements in support or in opposition to the matter. Attorney testimony is generally not competent substantial evidence unless the attorney has some expertise in a relevant area. So any member of the commission has had any ex parte contacts or communications with the applicant or the applicant's representatives, received any expert opinions, or made any site visits, they must be disclosed and made part of the record. Are there any disclosures by the commission? And please be specific.
I've had discussions with Arthur Gallagher, with BH Group, and with the attorneys from Armani.
Have you conducted any site visits to the
No site visits.
site visits? Okay.
No site visits, but I also had communications with them.
With Arthur
regarding
Gallagher?
the project, yes.
Mayor.
No site visits. I've had one conversation with Arthur Gallagher.
Vice Mayor?
No site visits. I met with the applicant, and I also spoke with the attorney, Alessandra Stibelman.
Oh, I want to add no expert opinions.
Commissioner?
Well, whatever we received through you, the extra documents, but that's it.
But nothing directly from the applicant or their representatives. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Stuyvesant and Commissioner Joseph, did you receive any expert opinions from the applicants?
Not from the applicants.
Not from the applicants?
From
any
actually,
other
it's
party?
any expert opinions.
From any other party?
Yes, I did from the Armani lawyer,
From the Armani?
yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
I had received a report from the Armani lawyer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lama?
Yeah, spoke with the applicant and spoke with the attorneys from Armani Casa. No site visit.
Thanks. Okay, so now everyone that will be speaking, I'm going to do a zoning preamble and you'll be sworn in. So anyone that has submitted a public speaker card, including the applicant and the representatives, anyone else, you're going to have to be sworn in before making any comments. So the zoning preamble reads, in accordance with the LDRs of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, all items to be heard today have been legally advertised, notices have been mailed, and posted on the properties. All persons wishing to speak at this hearing, please raise your right arm to be sworn in. Everyone that submitted a public speaker's card. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay, so 5A is a zoning application submitted by MBRE Investments LLC.
For your benefit, before I modify the procedure slightly, For purposes of expert opinion disclosures, I just want to put on the record that you all received an email, I believe yesterday, with purported opinions. I'm not opining that it is in fact an expert opinion, but that's what it purported to say, so just for the record, you did receive that.
Oh, okay, I didn't count that as an expert opinion. But, all right, that's...
Just for
yes.
full disclosure, you've been made aware of it. As you are aware, we had a quasi-judicial hearing on this matter last month, and it was continued. So this is not a de novo hearing. You already had public comment. You had deliberations. So tonight, again, we'll go through the process where staff will tee it up, for the lack of a better term. The applicant may come up and offer rebuttal and whatever they want to say. In regards to the application, you can reopen, even though it's been closed, you can reopen public comment, but it should be limited to the topics for which that was the basis for the continuation that occurred. Those topics, it should be limited to those topics, and anything else the applicant may provide with regards to any presentation they make this evening. But it should be limited to that. It's not a de novo hearing where you're starting from scratch, because you've already had a hearing. This is just a continuation, so it's limited in scope.
May
So
I
for-
ask?
One second, because I feel like we have a lot more people here than we did last time. So for clarification, could you please clarify what that is?
Well, ultimately, you're going to decide that, but from my recollection, there was some indication that there needed to be some additional time was given for communication to occur between the applicant and some neighbors. I believe that's one, if not the primary issue, so certainly comment can be taken on that. Again, to the extent that applicant makes any presentation this evening, that's fair game as well. The public can speak on that.
Vice Mayor, did you have a question?
That was my question.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to allow public comment, especially since everyone already filled out their cards. But please, again, just a reminder, if you can, to stick to that topic with the understanding that there might be other things that come up. And there's many of you, so please, if you're going to be repeating a comment, I'd appreciate if you just make it more succinct. Okay?
And I'm sorry, just the meeting with the neighbors, and what was the second thing?
Anything that they bring up.
Right, so the
Whatever
applicant
for
may,
applicant.
whatever they're going to discuss this evening is fair game for any additional comment from the public, as well as obviously yourselves.
And I'm just going to reiterate one more time that any private conversations, I'm going to give you one warning, and then I am going to ask you to step outside. And please be respectful of everyone that's going to be up here. Just let everyone speak, and no shouting from the audience. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is zoning application PZ 2025-08 for the site plan approval of the Miami Beach Club Development Project. As stated already, this is a continuation from the January 15th public hearing, and to date, the applicant has not submitted any new materials to the city, and therefore the requests and staff analysis that were presented last month remain the same. I'm going to provide a brief presentation to serve as a refresher of the application requests to serve your discussion this evening. The applicant is the owner of the property, MBRE Investments LLC, and the subject property is located at 19051 Collins Avenue. The future land use category is mixed-use high-density resort, and the zoning district is mixed-use resort. The property is 2.012 acres in size. The application before you includes 7 requests. The first request is for site plan approval. The project is 62 stories tall, and the applicant provided the FAA determination of no hazard letter, as well as the Miami-Dade Aviation Department determination letter, which establishes the allowable height for the project at 828 feet NAVD. These letters were attached to the staff report. The proposed project is 145 condominium units, or 72 dwelling units per acre. This is below the maximum number of units the property is eligible for based on its future land use category. On the lobby level, there is a private restaurant space intended for residents and their guests. In total, the project has 524,212.8 square feet of floor area, which is a 5.98 floor area ratio. This is the maximum FAR the property is eligible for, with transferable development rights and development bonuses. The proposed density and intensity is consistent with the future land use category of mixed-use high-density resort. There are no variance requests included in this site plan application. The second request is the purchase and assignment of TDRs. The applicant is requesting 120,972.18 square feet of floor area and 48 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank. The third request is for a payment agreement in the form of a promissory note for the TDR purchase and the development bonuses. The fourth request is to defer the work of art requirements to after site plan approval but prior to TCO. The fifth request is to use graphics and murals on a temporary construction fence. And the sixth request is regarding extensions of time to up to 5 years to obtain building permitting and 5 years from that for completion of the project. The final request is for a shared parking agreement between the residential condominium units and the private restaurant uses. This is the proposed site plan for reference during your discussion. Here you can see the 20-foot beach access at the north end of the property and the 10,000 square foot oceanfront park on the east side and the 2 driveway connections to Collins Avenue. That concludes my presentation, and I will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the commission? All right. Mauricio, just a technical question. If people are coming in late and are signing up to speak on this item, are you going to be swearing them in separately or? Okay. Okay. So people, you still have an opportunity to speak if you'd like to sign up. Okay. Are we getting any sort of presentation from the applicant? No? Hi.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200, on behalf of MBRE Investments, LLC. I'd like to defer any presentation or rebuttal till after the public comment so that we only get up once and we can address any of the issues that are raised if the mayor agrees.
All right. If you can just clarify for us, because this is where we sort of left off, the ask was to meet with the neighbors. Has that happened?
Yes, we have met multiple times with the representatives of Armani Casa, and we have met in person with the Condo Association for Ocean 2 and met with their attorney as well.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Very briefly, Jeffrey Bass is my name. 1515 Sunset Drive is my address. I'm co-counsel with Ms. Slavens. Just on a procedural issue, we know you have a lot of speakers, and we know the city attorney has limited the scope. I don't want to stand up and object. People are going to say whatever they're going to say. But just for the smoothness of the hearing, Your Honor, I'm not going to object speaker by speaker by speaker. We just want to preserve up front the objection that comments outside the scope of tonight's hearing are fundamentally irrelevant. So with that, you'll see us for a rebuttal after the public comment.
I appreciate that, and thank you.
And Mayor, if I may add, Mr. Bass has also filed and submitted a motion stating objections with regards to the submission you received by email yesterday, as well as a motion to strike. My counsel to you is, they obviously they're going to make their objections on the record and not to strike the materials.
Right. I don't think that there's any reason to. Anybody that wants
But I
to
just wanted you to be aware that that motion is pending.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mauricio.
The first speaker, Joel Simon.
Hi, Joel. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey there. Joel Simon, 18975 Collins Avenue.
And you were sworn in.
I was sworn in?
Okay.
I was. Well, thanks for seeing us again. Good to see you guys. The main thing is everybody at Armani Casa is not objecting with developing this property. We are all for it. They build beautiful buildings. We looked at this the last time, and I commented on how beautiful it's going to be. Our issues are more about what this city can actually handle as far as these developments are going up. With regard to traffic, with regard to first responders, access, God forbid if there's a natural disaster, how we're going to evacuate this slip of land that we have. The traffic situation that we have right now is absolutely unbearable. And I'm not even talking about the high season. I'm talking about any season. I don't leave the building from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 6 o'clock at night. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, rather. It's impossible. It can take 20 minutes to make a U-turn. With all of these new buildings, and it's not exclusive to this development. it's a culmination of all these buildings that are going up. It's the St. Regis 2 towers. It's the Bentley. It's the open lots that are going to be developed. It's the Sahara, which is eventually going to be taken down, and another building is going to go up there. The concerns are real, and other people can talk about the turtles and the shadows and all of that, which is still relevant. I mean, we do deal with this turtle issue as a result of the fact that we can't even use our cabanas at night because of the lights from the cabanas being emanating. And now you're going to have this massive tower, and it's going to have lights up there, and it's going to be shining down onto the beach at night. It's just a lot of inconsistency and a little bit of hypocrisy. I'm very good friends with the mayor of Golden Beach, Glenn Singer, who I spoke with about his situation with the Regalia. And initially, the Regalia was supposed to be 62 floors and 4 units per floor. He fought that. He fought that to agree that there ended up being 3 developers. The first one went bankrupt, then there were 2, and he was successful in taking it from 62 floors to 42, 1 unit per floor. And his concerns are exactly similar to what I'm discussing right now. So again, we're not objecting to the development. We're objecting to the responsibility of the city to allow this development to take place with all of these other parameters that are happening. It's going to be too much. We're destroying the city. It's not just the Sunny Isles people, it's everybody that travels through Sunny Isles. It's the Hallandale, it's Hollywood, it's Bal Harbor, it's Surfside. They're building the Regalia, the Rivage. It's beautiful. It's 25 floors at $4,000 a foot. I'm a capitalist. I want them to make as much money as possible. It's going to help all of our property values. We need to be responsible. I think the legacy of this council has got to keep Sunny Isles buoyant and make it a destination and save this beautiful piece of land that we have instead of making it a parking lot. The businesses across the street, you can't even park in those parking lots as it is now. I know I'm done.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, if I can, please, no clapping, please. Because I want to make sure everyone gets their time. So please keep it to 3 minutes, and please try to stay on point as to what we're discussing here and not a repeat of the last meeting. Mauricio, next speaker.
Joel Levine.
Collins, I've been sworn in.
Okay.
And
You could just be close to the microphone, please.
Sorry, I'm respectful of the rules you laid out. So I'm going to comment based upon the communications and the interactions we've had with the developers in the assignment you gave them and reflect on that in particular. So it's going to be pertinent. My concerns last time remain. It's about safety. Safety for the people. As I pointed out, I'm a sudden death expert, and the delays in terms of emergency vehicles will cost lives. And second, safety of our building. And specifically, we were told not to worry about the drilling at that meeting, but because the drilling techniques are new, yet you all know that you've had damage in neighboring properties to other projects that have gone on. We were asked whether or why this is now and not before, and the answer is that just like in medicine, which I practice, the rules change as more information becomes available. So the rules of what you approved back in 2014, 15, 16 may not necessarily apply for today. And then finally, I am an environmentalist, and I do think that turtles are important, and that's part of your thing. That wasn't brought up in that meeting, so you can strike it if you like. I'm happy if you strike it. I really am here to plead with you that your primary responsibility is to the citizens of Sunny Isles. It doesn't have to do with me. It doesn't have to do with Joel. It doesn't have to do with the residents of the couple of buildings. Yes, we know our rights. We know what the rules are with respect to sound ordinances. We know what they are with respect to vibration in the city of Miami-Dade. And basically, the meeting, they ignored it all. Ignored it. And they said, we're going to do what we want, and you'll hear more about it, but the document they sent to us was an absolute insult to anybody's intelligence. And you'll hear more about that later. But what you're here today is really your responsibility is to Sunny Isles, and you have, irrespective of what was written in the papers, you have the absolute right not to reject development. We're not asking you to reject development, but we're asking you to take a step back and do it the right way. And what I'm here to ask you to do is, I'm pleading you, and I think it's your responsibility,
You need to commission independent reports, not reports delivered by us, not reports delivered by them. They're biased, potentially, or maybe they're not. You have a responsibility to get the reports to ensure safety in all the respects: safety of the buildings, safety of the turtles, safety of the emergency services, safety of the citizens should there be a natural disaster. And that is your responsibility. It's not to the developers and it's not to me. And that's what I'm here to plead with. And as I said, I would relate it to the meetings we had with the developers, so it's all on the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Zafrani.
Good evening. My name is Mayor Safrani, and I am the president of the 18975 Collins Avenue Condominium Association, also known as the Residents by Armani Casa. I was here in January and left that meeting feeling hopeful that there would be meaningful cooperation from the developer in protecting our building and, more importantly, our residents. Since the last commission meeting where the project was discussed, the association met with the developer and its representative. We made our concerns clear, not vague, not emotional, but specific, detailed, and grounded in expert review. In response, we received a generic construction cooperation agreement. I did not meaningfully address the multitude of concerns we raised instead. I asked the association to waive substantial rights in exchange for minimal monitoring protections. We are frankly insulted by the imbalance of that document. Our legal counsel spent considerable time carefully redlining and revising the proposal to make it fair and reasonable, not one-sided, not punitive, not just balanced. And then, on the eve of this hearing, we received a short list of bullet points in response. That is not meaningful negotiation. That is not good faith engagement. That is going through the motions, and so that can stand before you say. Discussions are ongoing. Words without substance are just words. This commission is being asked to approve a project of enormous scale on impact. At a minimum, it warrants independent review, not just reliance and consultant reports paid by the applicant. The association has retained an expert, someone who you have heard or you will hear from, will demonstrate that the rosy picture presented by the developer is incomplete and overly optimistic. That alone warrants caution. We respectfully urge you, take the time, commission your own expert if necessary. Do not rely solely on self-studies prepared by the party seeking approval. And I will leave you with this question. Why are you afraid to vote no? Why are you afraid to pause the process until there has been adequate, meaningful review? You owe that to every resident who came here tonight to oppose this site plan approval and the purchase of TDRs as presented. And you owe to the many residents of Sunny Isles Beach who could not be here tonight, but who will live with consequences of your decisions. The resident elected you to be their boss. Tonight is your opportunity to show them that you are listening. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
George Lawrence.
Hi, I'm a resident of Ocean 2.
Just your full name, please, and
Yes,
address.
George Lawrence.
Thank you.
And I reside at a lower penthouse in Ocean 2, and one of the original purchasers. And I have great respect for George Perez. In fact, my family has owned in Ocean 1, Ocean 2, Ocean 3, 1 Miami, and 500 Brickell. And we also appreciate the great cultural and philanthropic contributions of Perez. But I wish to comment on the TDRs, the thing commonly known as air rights. I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship to architecture school at Cornell, and it was a 5-year program. Then I moved to New York, and there I went to night school at NYU and became a lawyer also. After that, I worked for John Lindsay in the Office of Midtown Planning, where TDRs were invented. They were invented to save the theater district. There was a definite benefit and there was a burden. And this was a time when north of Times Square, office developers had bought up the land and the theater district was threatened. There was no city involvement. These were all private agreements, but it was strictly transfer. If you saved the theater, you would be able to add more floors to your office building. And there was definitely a benefit and burden concept. I am on a 40th floor of Ocean 2, and I will be suffering the burden. The burden is less light, less air, and no view of Dumbfounding Bay. I can't see where the benefit is. I'm trying to find the benefit. What amenity is being produced for this transfer of air rights? I mean, I know it's being transferred from the other side of Collins Avenue, but so what? You're not preserving a theater district. You're not doing anything. And the city is involved. I've seen no economic calculations of how anything is derived. John Lindsay was a straight arrow, so they were scrupulous in doing the development and getting the economics right. I don't see any of it here. This is like the sale of indulgences, which created the Protestant Reformation. I mean, I can't fathom it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mauricio?
Mark and Tebby.
Hi, your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Mark Antibi. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Mark Antibi. My family and I own 3 units in Ocean 2, 19111 Collins Avenue. I'm here to represent Ocean 2. We're immediately adjacent to this 65-story building that you're trying to build. We're not opposed to the development. We support responsible growth. What we're asking for are reasonable, modern safety protocols and proportionate to the scale of this project. The proposed tower is more than double the height of mass of Ocean 2, and it requires deep excavation, pile installation, and dewatering. Ocean 2 is a 24-year-old built under earlier codes and soil assumptions. That combination, extreme height disparity, and existing occupied building is where structural risk must be addressed before this construction begins. Monitoring alone is not enough. Monitoring tells you when something is wrong. It does not stabilize a structure, protect the residents of our building, or fund emergency action. Financial security must exist in advance. In South Florida, we have learned, tragically, that waiting until warning signs appear is not acceptable. The collapse of Champagne Tower South taught us that known risks must not be mitigated up front. We're requesting 4 things, please. Independent structural monitoring, clear stop work thresholds, full responsibility for damages, and a $50 million structural protection escrow fund to protect our building before this excavation begins. We're very scared and nervous about the impacts of this building. Cracks, dust, all these things that happen to our buildings. This is not punitive, it's not preventative, it does not stop construction, and it ensures and precedes responsibility. Once excavation begins, there's no undo button. We respectfully ask the city to require these protections from the developers so development and resident safety must move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alex Alonso.
If I could just remind everyone to please speak to the to what we're limited to, I'd appreciate that. Please, your name and address for the record, Alex.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Alex Alonso. The address is 4000 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 265 South. I'm here on behalf of 18975 Collins Avenue Condominium Association Incorporated, also known as the Residences by Omani Casa. I wasn't at the last commission hearing. However, I did have the opportunity to review it from home. I must say, I was surprised by a lot of the statements that I heard, most notably by some of the commissioners, expressing concern in terms of whether or not they even had the ability to oppose or vote against this. I tell you, you do have that ability. You have this thing known as discretion. Discretion is tempered by reason. We have an expert that is here today to present competing evidence with respect to the traffic study, the parking study, and the maneuverability exhibits that you have received. You owe it to every single constituent, every resident of the city of Sunny Isles Beach, not only those here, but those at home that were unable to be here, to take this information into account, to allow those voices to be heard, to do your due diligence before you rubber stamp an approval. Make no mistake about it. If you do not take the time to do that now, you will not have an adequate opportunity to address these issues moving forward. Echoed throughout the staff report that's been issued are these conditions. Conditions ultimately kick the proverbial can down the road. The time is here, right now. While you are fully invested and imbued with the power to be commissioners, you have the ability to make those decisions. You want to talk about power? You have it. I don't. How do I know this? You've literally limited me to speak for no more than 3 minutes. I have plenty to say, not a lot of time to say it. But what you need to understand is that the people in here, they have legitimate grievances and concerns. We now know things today that we did not know before. We know that construction has adverse impacts on surrounding property. We owe it to every single current resident of Sunny Isles Beach that owns property, that is concerned about the safety of their community, to take these issues into consideration. We have to do this. You must do this. Your discretion is vested within Chapter 265. It gives you the ability to ultimately make affirmative findings that the project will not create adverse impacts, is compatible, protects public health, safety, and welfare. We have an expert that will tell you there are legitimate concerns related to fire and life safety associated with the present plans that have been presented before you. There are too many questions that remain unanswered. You owe it to yourself to not only consider the reports that we've provided, but even to obtain your own. There is due diligence. To the extent you put trust in a party, you must verify. Trust but verify. There are many people here today, and the reason they are here is to make their voices heard, and I implore you to hear them.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David Taxman.
I just want to remind you all, please, because we do have a lot of speakers. This is not meant to reopen public speaking to what we already heard at the last meeting, so please try to keep your comments to what we are discussing now.
If I just maybe recognize as a procedural, this is somebody who submitted a report to which we objected.
Okay.
I want to make sure we renew that objection.
Please, yes, we can do that, but you're not on, just hold on. It's your time, sir. Go ahead. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, David Taxman, 601 Northeast 27th Street, Miami, Florida. I'm also working with Eisenhower Law in association with the Omani Casa Residences. So I work for Mobility and Parking Services. I'm a licensed traffic engineer and parking consultant. I had the opportunity to review the parking and traffic study that was submitted in association for this project. And there are some issues associated with it. I'm going to start with the shared parking analysis. One of the main things is they referenced ULI, Urban Land Institute, shared parking, to get a reduction. However, they are using your code, 2 spaces per unit. In ULI, they base it on bedrooms. So it's based for 3+ bedrooms, the ratio is 2.65. At that ratio alone, you'd be required to provide 385 spaces. Fortunately, a lot of codes can be outdated. It's nothing against the city, but the dynamic of different properties, take on different codes that should be required. I mean, you're building, I'll just reference, there's going to be 65 5-bedroom units. That's like 65 mansions that, the dynamic of the people that are living in those properties own multiple vehicles. They have multiple workers and service people that are coming to them at a higher rate, so it requires more parking. And you only get one chance to get this right. So they're offering an 8-space reduction on that 2-space requirement, and they probably need closer to 400 spaces. Traffic impact analysis, I'm going to touch on how you looked at 2 intersections. So they looked at the driveway and William and Lehman Causeway, 2 intersections. So they did not take into account analyzing the impact of the cars coming off William and Lehman Causeway, which is probably at least 30% of the traffic, and when they're going to have to make a U-turn at those north and south intersections. So very limited study area. They did not include the Bentley residences traffic. They referenced it in the study, but then they later state that they did not include it because of the traffic study that was done by Bentley Residences shows a net reduction in traffic. However, when they did the counts, it was in 2025. That development that was at the Bentley Residence site had been demolished. There was no traffic generated to it. So some issues there. I'm just limited for time here. The maneuverability analysis, the garbage trucks will have to make a 2-point turn upon entering and then go into reverse down the service drive, which will then pass by the entrance and exit to the garage, the main entrance exit. So anybody that's using self-park will probably use that entrance. So that's going to get most of your traffic, other than the people that are going to valet or drop off. So you're creating a dangerous hazard with oncoming traffic.
Thank you, sir.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have the right to cross-examine their expert. I could call him back later.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay.
Alessandra Stivelman.
Alessandra Stivelman, 4000 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 265 South. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The question tonight is whether the city will vote to approve the site plan and transfer TDRs, public assets that belong to your residents, without exercising the full measure of its authority to protect those residents from imbalance of money, power, and leverage that exists in transactions like this. Developers are in the business of protecting their interests. That is expected. But the city is in the business of protecting their residents. And tonight, that responsibility rests with you. After the hearing in January, when cooperation was encouraged and good faith engagement was requested, the developer presented what they labeled a construction cooperation agreement. The agreement included many sweeping protections for the developer, but lacked any meaningful cooperation or good faith. In exchange for a waiver of all its rights, an irrevocable crane easement and indemnification for the developer, among many other ridiculous provisions, the developer offered limited monitoring measures controlled entirely by the developer, without independent access to real-time data by the association or its professionals. That is not cooperation, this is leverage. And it's leverage designed to isolate the developer from liability, particularly when monitoring data matters. The reality is that monitoring devices are already in use in other high-rise buildings and projects in the city, and the results of that data are not theoretical, they're real. When agreements limit transparency, restrict oversight, and shift liability from the developer, that should guide how carefully this commission reviews the other approvals that are being requested tonight. That same pattern appears in the financial structure before you tonight. The appraisal submitted by the developer fixes the TDR price at $124 per square feet, although I've seen a bunch of documents that say different things, and it looks like the numbers keep changing. And it's as of September 2025. It's a backward looking, it doesn't consider appreciation, it doesn't project what the development rights may be worth 5 to 10 years from now. Yet the developer's asking for 10 years, which is unprecedented. For St. Regis, it was 4 and 4. They're asking for 10 and 10 when your code provides for 2 and 2. They want to secure TDRs today at yesterday's prices and to pay later. It's a TDR land grab. Interest doesn't begin until a permit is issued, principal is not amortized, payment balloons after TCO, and the security is non-existent. You're having a $26.6 million promissory note, with no guarantees, executed by a single-purpose entity. This is not shared risk. This is controlled risk, controlled by the applicant, with the city assuming timing, appreciation, enforcement risk, as well as a permanent skyline change. Ultimately, at a minimum, we're demanding independent review, independent geotechnical review, and clear financing projection. Why is the city hesitant to vote no? You're here, there's a discretion, and the comprehensive plan in your code gives you that discretion. Your constituents elected you for a reason. Please take that into account and vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ari Steiger.
Different item.
Okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay. We have a lot.
Ariel. Brett. Can't read the last name. I'm sorry. Ariel.
All right. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Ariel Friedler. I'm the vice president of the Regalia Board, and here on behalf of the Regalia Board, 19575 Collins Avenue. First thing is we were never reached out to. Maybe we're not a neighbor enough, but I think the traffic and a lot of the things that people said here will impact us. So we would appreciate a meeting with the developer. And I'm not going to repeat everything. I want to let everyone talk. I mean, Sunny Isles the first speaker just said everything I was going to say, so I'm not going to repeat it. But Sunny Isles has a major problem with traffic that is only getting worse every day. It's almost untenable to live here, and I've never said that before. I've never been to a meeting here, and I've been very disappointed with pretty much what we're doing about traffic. I don't know what there is to do, but there is one thing that can be done. Do not add to traffic. I don't expect miracles. I don't expect trolleys. I don't even know what we can do. Just if you have the ability not to give bonuses to developers to make more traffic, you're voted to do that. That's all. That's my only request. I'm a capitalist. I build. I probably oppose things like this, but it's untenable right now, and I'm begging you to do something about it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Itai Atazi.
Everyone's been sworn in, Mauricio?
Yes,
okay.
So far.
Yeah, all right. Your name and address for the record, please, and that you've been sworn in.
My name is Itai Arazi. I've been sworn in. My address is 17550. Okay, so first of all, good evening, Mayor and Commissioner.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. So I support this project because I believe it's the right step forward for Sunny Isles. We live in a competitive area. Cities that continue to grow in smart and organized way to stay strong. When we approve quality projects, we show the same thing to other major cities in our area. Growth in South Florida is something that will happen no matter what. The question is that we guide it in a responsible way. Good development in the right place helps keep the city attractive, protects property values, and keeps Sunny Isles at the top destination. Doing nothing is not a solution. If we want our city to stay strong and relevant, we have to move forward with good projects that will help us, help the small people, and build something that we wish to raise our kids in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Tohar Buhutz.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Tohar Buhutz, 400 Sunny Isles. Okay, so as a resident, I understand the change can bring concerns. However, I believe this development has been carefully designed and responsibly planned. I will contribute the strength and value of our neighborhood. I'm confident it reflects smart progress for our city. So I do want to say that I support this project, and I believe this is the right thing for the city.
Thank you. Next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please. I'm going to warn you one time, if you're going to call out, I'm going to have you removed. Next speaker.
Diane Drapkin.
Hi, Diane.
Hi, my name is Diane Drapkin, and I live at Ocean 2, and I came here about over 20 years ago, and Sunny Isles, it was completely different, and I loved it. But today, it's a city that is so difficult to live with, and I'm asking you because I'm concerned about you giving additional development rights, which may be more than allowed by code. How do you determine when you can give development rights if it's to the public's benefit? Does the developer for this project meet the requirements that allow them to add the extra square footage above as is zoning? Perhaps this needs more examination. I know we had the good neighbor, the fellows came from the developers group to talk to us, but really we didn't resolve anything. We didn't get a written agreement, and personally I think we need a lot more time to adjust and look at what's happening here that would be beneficial to our building and our neighbor's building. The fact that I came here for the beach and the sun, and now there probably won't be any after 2 or 2:30, is very, very detrimental to all of us. And so I'm going to ask you all to give us some more time to look at this project and to settle some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Oliver Dropkin.
I was here last week and spoke, and I was thinking about the problem.
Oliver, if you can please just, your name and your address for the record, please.
Yeah, Oliver Drapkin. I live at Ocean 2 condominium, 3908. Anyway, was thinking about the problem, and I think it's very simple. First of all, I'd like to ask, do any of the commissioners actually live on the east side of Collins Avenue right now?
We don't go back.
Nobody.
And forth.
So to me, it's almost like somebody in Oklahoma giving zoning in downtown Manhattan. Either we need redistricting.
Sir, if you could just be closer to the microphone, please.
I think we either need to redistrict the thing and have like Sunny Isles Towers where we can vote and decide what would be good for our community. Right now, that's not being done, and I feel kind of betrayed by all of you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Alan Cole.
Alan Call, 210 174th Street, Winston Towers 600. And I just wanted to, I wanted to disclose I'm an engineer, structural engineer, and I have not talked to the developer, haven't talked to none of the commissioners or city. This is my own neutral opinion, and I would like to say congratulations. This is incredible. I mean, to come up with a project with only 145 units, Winston Towers over 3 times that size. The amount of traffic that I apologize for the traffic that we put on our streets. I come in and out of my condo probably 6 to 10 times a day going up and down the traffic. These 145 units are only a few more units than the Miami Beach Club. It's actually a couple less than the Sahara Beach Club. So to have a project of this magnitude, I would believe that if you look at the studies, when they're sold out, you'll probably never see more than 50% occupied. So that's like 70 units. So you're basically getting even trade-off for two stories with about the same number of units. So I don't believe it's going to have that much of an impact. The impact of traffic is more so coming from Aventura, the Golden Shores, traffic people trying to avoid the Aventura traffic. If you want to worry about traffic, just look at ways of minimizing the traffic coming from outside, north and south and west of the city. But I'm in favor of it, and I congratulate you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a court reporter here who needs to hear everyone, and I've asked, please, to be respectful. Mauricio, next speaker.
Ryan Mendel.
Hi, Brian. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Ryan Mendel, 17901 Collins Avenue. I've been living in Sunny Isles for more than 20 years. I've watched it grow. And I believe that a project like this is in the best favor of the city. I moved here because of the city's financial security, because of the magnificent skyline, and I hope we get to see that continue with projects like this. And to echo the 145 units, I do think that that's an important factor to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gavin Hancock.
Hi, Gavin. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gavin Hancock, and I'm a Sunny Isles resident at 228 Point Siena Island Drive. So I'm here in support of this development. I've actually worked in the construction industry for about 15 years, and so somebody who works in the industry, I can attest that this team, they're a world-class developer. They build amazing facilities using a best-in-class consulting team. I'm very familiar with developers' work. Highly recommend them, or highly recommend for the approval of this project. Buildings like this, in my opinion, are what bring people into this community and what makes Sunny Isles beautiful overall. They understand how to successfully develop a complex project of this magnitude on time as a respectful neighbor, especially with the tight logistics it takes to build an area like this. They know how to work through pre-construction with their contractors to ensure the concerns of the residents are addressed to safely deliver a high-class project while being respectful of the community, environment, and adjacent structures to avoid any adverse impacts. To those in objection to this development that live here adjacent in high-rise structures, it seems unfair that their buildings were able to be constructed, but this one shouldn't. And secondly, if a traffic study is to be used in objection, is that the argument that all future buildings should not be allowed to be constructed? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eli Dadon.
Hi, Eli. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Eli Dadon, 18671 Collins Avenue, apartment 3004. And also my office is in Sunny Island, Arcade Plaza. I just wanted to say to the commissioner that I strongly support this project because the developer is super known and super professional. It's not somebody that coming now and to develop 300 units as a multifamily. It's a very high-end project. Most of the people are going to be here probably 20% of the time in season time. Off-season, there is no traffic at all. Even in the season, there's no traffic. I drive to my office every day. And most of the time, there's no traffic. I mean, and sometimes there's traffic coming in from Aventura, but on a daily basis, I don't see the traffic. I strongly support this project. I think it's going to add a lot of value to Sunny Isle Beach, as we have many other good projects, and this is going to be another super project that is going to look amazing. I fully support it.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Joseph Isaacoff.
I just want to remind everyone that this is a formal hearing. It's being recorded. We have a court reporter, and I'm asking again for everyone to be respectful, especially the attorneys in the room.
Good evening, Joseph Isaacoff, 255-189 Terrace. A Sunny Isle resident for the past 9 years. I support this development and other new developments in the city. Sunny Isles Beach is known for its beautiful skyline, and I don't think we should stop now. And I'm sure we have the best staff, and they will somehow figure out the traffic just as you did until now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Craig, and I apologize, I can't make out the last name.
Craig or Greg?
Craig.
Craig. Okay, Craig, if you can just give us your name and your address for the record and speak to the microphone.
It's my bad penmanship. Last name is Studnicki.
Thank you.
I am Craig Studnicki. I live in Ocean 2, 19111 Collins Avenue. I've been living here since 2001. Like some of my neighbors, I was one of the first residents to move here, all the way from Aventura. I have a lot in common with a lot of people in this room. Two things. Number one, I love living in Sunny Isles. I have 6 grandkids now. They live in New York, and when they come and visit me, we spend all day on that beach, and it's truly a pleasure, number one. Number two, this place is safe. You've all done a great job of making families feel extremely safe here. And number three, there's a lot of people like me that live in buildings that were developed by Related. Ocean 1, Ocean 2, Ocean 3, Ocean 4, Armani Casa. 145 units is not going to impact what we all are a little bit concerned with traffic. And from my point of view, this property is going to get developed one way or another by somebody. I personally would much rather have it in the hands of this development team that for over 50 years has executed all over South Florida a professional standard of building beautiful residential living. And they are going to build a high-end condominium, which, you know, from my perspective, especially since COVID, there are families moving to South Florida in numbers we've never seen before, families. They love this community called Sunny Isles. And what they're going to develop is a perfect complement to what I see every single day, families moving from literally all over the world to my community, Sunny Isles Beach. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of this particular property in the hands of this development company. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Delia Pacheco.
Delia
Delia.
Pacheco.
Delia Pacheco.
Okay, next speaker.
Nawar Mercho. Nawar.
Spelled it.
Nawar.
Okay. Your name and address, sir, for the record, please. And if you just pull it down so it's easier for you.
Have you
Nawar
been?
Marshall, 19111 Collins Avenue, Ocean 2.
Were you sworn in?
Pardon?
Were you sworn in?
Did you come here when you had to raise your hand?
I did not, but I
Okay,
can
we
read
can
it.
do that really quick.
Raise your right arm. Do you swear
Okay.
this testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I've had my unit here for 19 years, and I echo the concerns about my fellow residents and neighbors. I don't want to make this too long, but major concern are safety, traffic, and structural safety. It's kind of ironic, like most of the people who are in support of the project are people who don't live on that line. You know, most of them are people who don't experience the experience that we have as far as traffic. It took me 12 minutes from my apartment to get here today. It's like 0.8 miles. I googled it, so you know what I mean. Nobody is objecting to a new project. I'm sure all these smaller buildings, one way or the other, or one day or the other, they're going to be gone, and a beautiful project is going to come up. But it's just the scale of it. So I think if you can take that into account, I think it will be very helpful to us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Dennis Mangon. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Your name and address for the record, please.
Dennis Mangone. I'm really nervous. I don't do this kind of stuff. 18975 Collins Avenue, apartment 4305. Just want to thank everybody for their time. I mean, I don't want to be here, but I think it's important as a member of the community to be here. So I want to thank everybody for their time. I do feel always safe in the city of Sunny Isles. I think that the police department does an incredible job. I think the people on the beach, the lifeguard does an incredible job. I make my living from selling new construction, like the St. Regis Sunny Isles.
You could just come a little closer to
I make my living selling new construction. I make my living by doing pre-development planning. I might not have a career after tonight. What I'm just asking, the building's going to get built. There's no doubt in my mind. But what I'm asking you as human beings and individuals, if you measure the sidewalk from the street to like where the buildings start, and the volume of people, it's a very particular piece of land where Armani Casa exits the St. Regis is going to bring. Let's just talk facts now, not emotional. I'm not for the building getting built. I'm not against the building getting built. But what I really would like is you as human beings and have the control over how the traffic flow is. You could plan things in a way that make it least intrusive and save lives. Because there's no doubt in my mind, the way people drive here and the amount of increased traffic here, that is a very dangerous sidewalk. I have a dog, I don't have children. It's dangerous, and the more cars you put on it, the more dangerous it's going to get. So just please, what I'm asking is to just look at that. I didn't do a study. I don't like coming to these things. I'm 66 years old. I don't want to be here. But I feel as a person in the community, you have to basically, you can't have an opinion. You have to participate. I can't walk my dog at night near that street. It's so busy, and you guys, you don't need a study to understand that intersection and how highly traveled it is. So thank everybody for their time, and as a human being, you really have to look at this really, really closely, not just from, I'm in the development business. It's how I make my living, but you have to protect us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Sarah Goslan.
Hi, Sarah. Your
Hi.
name and address for the
Good
record,
evening.
please.
Yes, my name is Sarah Goslin, and I reside in 330 Sunny Isles Boulevard. So I'm here as a real estate professional and
Sarah,
a
I'm sorry.
resident.
Were you sworn in?
No.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you.
So again, good evening, everyone. Like I said, I live in Sunny Isles, and I also make a living here for the past 20 years. So Sunny Isles is not only my business, but also my home. I am in favor of the project because first and foremost, I do believe that it will bring major revenue to our city. It will help our growing community. I'm a real estate broker, and I can tell you this is a fact. More and more people are moving to Sunny Isles, whether we like it or not. It will help with infrastructure, police, beach maintenance, create jobs. It will help boost the economy for Sunny Isles businesses. So this is a straightforward fact. While I do understand the concern that some of us have in respect to traffic, we are dealing with mainly luxury buyers that are here. They have second homes. They don't commute to work, so they don't really are out there in the streets during rush hour. And also, again, they use it as second homes, and it's just like not the type of people that will be out in the traffic, as one of the main concern was this evening. I also believe that the old buildings eventually have to be replaced by modern construction built by new codes, better engineering, and safer structure. Sunny Isles is known worldwide, and I lived in Israel, I lived in Europe, and I live here for the past 20 years. We are a very international community, and we're known for the skyline, the vertical character of the city is just part of its identity, and I do believe it's a fact. So after learning more about the proposal, I feel confident that it aligns with city standard expectations, and it represents careful and planning responsible growth. Development, like the proposed one, is going to help secure the future of our community, and I respectfully urge you to support it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, Mauricio.
Jackie Schloss.
Jackie? Not Jackie? You don't have to. You don't. You can just come and say you're opposed, or you're supporting, or you're opposed.
Jack Schlush from.
Your name and your address for the record, and please close the microphone.
Ocean 2, 19111 Collins Avenue.
And
were you sworn in?
Were you sworn in?
Excuse me?
Were you sworn in?
Sure.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Please, your name.
Well, I live here for about 20 years.
Your name, please.
Jackie Schlush.
Oh, thank you.
20 years ago, it was beautiful to live in. It's even beautiful to live here today. But everybody talk about the traffic and whatever is going on. You know, if you drive from Ocean 2 all the way south to Jade Beach, you'll have almost bumper to bumper on the way back, also north to south. Plus, this is called Sunny Isles Beach. This is what I wanted to say in general, which after 2 p.m., it's from the ocean side, it's kind of shady Sunny Isles Beach, because you can see the towers on top of each other on the beach, and we have shade. We don't have really a sun after 2 p.m. And another building that will come, it will kill the entire beach in where we live. So maybe you build it a little bit backward. Maybe it will be a little bit lower. To build, it will be built, I know. But to be considered that we're still going to have a beach, and a lot of buildings in the entire shore are pretty much shade after 2 p.m. And that's my main thing.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Stephanie Katz.
And I will allow more speakers, so if you wanted to speak, you can still sign up to speak. Okay. Settle down, please.
I have not been sworn in, so.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and
I
the truth?
do.
If you can just bring the microphone lower.
Yep. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Your name and your address, please.
My name is Stephanie Katz, and I live at Ocean 2, Unit 2202. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what my neighbors have said about the concerns that we have about safety, traffic, et cetera. My focus right now is just the shading on the beach. It's one of the reasons that I moved here. I enjoy the beach, but it's a big concern for me. I'd like you to review the added TDR bonuses. It seems illogical that the oceanfront park and beach recreation public benefits are really public benefits when we have a dark beach after 2 o'clock for 700 linear feet. Please protect the public. This is your job. Please do it and don't approve this, or at least review it more carefully. We need more time. For the record, I'm submitting the shadow studies to support what I'm saying, and I'd like to put those in the record if I could. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. You could give that just to the clerk, please.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. City Clerk, next speaker.
Haim Sklash. Mr. Sklash, were you sworn in?
The mayor disappeared.
Mr. Sklash, were you sworn in?
Yes,
Do you
I
swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. So, Mayor, Commissioner, everybody here, I have one concern. I live in Ocean 2, 19111 Collins, and this place is my retirement place. We moved down here 10 years ago, and my concern that last month, you as a commissioners and you as a commission here, you gave us 1 month only to negotiate some fair settlement with the developers. So we are not here, I'm not here basically to argue with Desert or with the related group. I know that I cannot win that case, but I'm really concerned about all the residents in our building that we don't have a fair shot to go and discuss and have our attorney finalize something that we have to accomplish between us and them so we can sleep better. You see that it's very hard for me. I'm so emotional. It's very hard for me to talk because I know what all of my friends and my neighbors are thinking and how they feel about it. And I think that we got really, we get taken advantage for not getting more time. And I know, Commissioner, I'm so sorry to point you that you are insisted not to give more than 1 month. I appreciate Jerry Joseph that he tried to give us 3 months for that. So I'm only here really begging for at least another month or 2 months so we have time to accomplish what we started. Because really, as of now, we have no agreement, no understanding, and nothing else like that. So if you can help us with that, everybody will appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker.
Victoria Stern.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Stern. I'm living in 100 Bayview Drive.
Ms. Stern, can you raise your right arm, please?
I already did.
You already did?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm from the beginning. I would like to say I'm living in Sunny Isles more than 10 years. I live in Sunny Isles. I'm working Sunny Isles. I'm not real estate, but I really support this project. I think we have such a beautiful city. It's growing. It's beautiful. And I just would like to tell you I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sonia Sheffer. And were you sworn in, Ms. Sheffer?
I don't know, but I'll do it again.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So I hope you got it. Thank you.
I do.
Thank
Hello. I'm sure you guys can hear me. I don't know if you remember me.
Yes, but still, your name and address for the record.
No problem. Thank you. Sonia Sheffer. I feel like I'm a little short. Okay. Sonia Sheffer, Ocean 2, 19111 Collins Avenue. My glasses. Okay. Reminder again, guys. I'm here representing all of the units of Ocean 2. I am the board president. The gentleman that was just up here is my vice president. And I'm not going to echo what everyone else said. It's pretty obvious. We all have the same concerns. What I would like to ask for is more time. We are looking for an additional extension because we do not have adequate time. Time is not in our favor, guys. Since we saw you last time, we did meet with the developer. They did reach out to us. We played phone tag in the beginning, excuse me, for about 2 weeks to lay out the timeline for you. I invited them to our board meeting, which I will give them respect that they came to. We had a lot of owners show up. They answered our questions to the best of their ability. I think the gentleman's name was Eric. Eric did a good job. It was not an easy room, if you will. But we really are asking for more time to get adequate legal representation. We did receive the same agreement that was completely biased to their side, which is normal and expected, so we weren't surprised. But we need time. We do not have representation. We did try to join forces with Armani's attorney, but clearly we have different views and we're differently impacted, right? So what I really want to talk about again is we're really asking for an extension. We understand that we can't stop the building. Would we love for it to be 42 floors? Yes. But what we would really love is time to make a good neighbor agreement or a good neighbor contract or letter, because what was sent to us, I will say, was completely biased to them. It was basically, we'll give you a little bit and you can sign away all your rights. I know we may not look too smart, but we're smart enough to not sign that. Another thing I'd like to talk about at a minimum is what the gentleman said in the beginning, is a word named discretion. I understand last time you guys talked about how you guys have to vote by the letter of the law. That is not true. You guys have discretion. Again, you can vote what's in the best interest of your residents, which is us. We've had a bunch of people come up here who I don't even believe that they live in Sunny Isles, frankly, and I'm entitled to my opinion. Maybe they listed a Sunny Isles address, I don't believe it. And more importantly, who lives on the east side? I know I've lived there for 24 years. So I'm asking you, because time is ticking, for an independent expert review. I would like to ask for that. Clear financial protection and security for what is effectively a $26 million public transaction. But again, my sole goal of coming up here and speaking is begging you guys for Ocean 2 for more time. We would love to work with them. and we just want to be heard. And I think that with a project this big, we deserve the respect of more time because we're doing what you guys asked us to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Ken Percy. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ken Percy, 200 Sunny Isles Boulevard. I just want to talk about the thing that nobody really thinks about, which is the construction phase and the foundations. They go deep. The contractor will have to dewater. That will affect the foundations that exist on the two adjacent buildings. I'm going to reference the Millennium Tower in San Francisco. It currently leans 29 inches out of plumb. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in legal fees. It's still occupied. If we end up with one of those in Sunny Isles Beach, $29 million you'll say, why did we even think about it? I'm asking this commission to have due diligence carried out by independent sources, not the developer, who should pay for them, to make sure that his foundations do not affect in any way the foundations of Amani Casa and Ocean 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Rhodes Stathis.
Spell it.
I think that's an Hodes.
Rhodes? That you? Okay, if you can just tell us your actual name and address.
It's Rhodes Stathis.
All right, thank you. And your address, please.
Sunny Isles, TS1.
A little bit more. With the address, the building.
I just moved there, so I don't know that.
All right, that's okay, sir. Go ahead, please. Okay. Were you sworn in?
I like Sunny Isles, so.
Were you sworn in?
No.
Okay, Mauricio.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And the address we have listed is 330 Sunny Isles Boulevard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I support it because I believe in growth in the community, and where my other house is in St. Pete, I don't see where there'd be an issue of impeding traffic because you have so much traffic here as it is, and there's nothing you're going to do that's going to fix the traffic. And adding the amount of units they're adding is not going to make a difference to the traffic.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, next speaker.
Benjamin Isaacoff.
Hi, good evening.
Name and address for the
My
record.
name is Benjamin Isaacoff.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please. We're all adults here. Go ahead, sir.
Were you sworn in? I'm sorry.
Yes.
You were sworn in?
I was not sworn in.
Okay. Do you swear it? Raise your right arm.
Yes.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give
Yes,
is the
sir.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
100%.
All right, your name and address for the record.
Benjamin Isaacoff. I live in 330 Sunny Isles Boulevard, Unit TS4. I live in Sunny Isles for 3-4 years now. I love it, and I want to stay here for another 30 years, or 100 years if I can. I have beautiful views, and I love the buildings that I see on Collins, and I want them to continue growing. I support this project, and by us having another building like this, it's just going to make the real estate for me or for everyone that lives in Sunny Isles, I think, go more in value. And I think these holes that we see on Sunny Isles Boulevard, those empty spots, I think should be built and look nice. So we'll get more, I think, residents here that are gonna, love Sunny Isles more, just like I do. So let's build this building. Go high as we can.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Lucas Morales.
Lucas Morales.
Okay.
Do we have a Lucas? All right. Are you Lucas? Okay.
Could you
All
raise
right,
your right arm? Yeah, please.
If we can't keep it down, we're going to have to take a recess, so please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Your name and address for the record. If you could just speak close to the microphone.
Lucas Morales, 1298 Northeast 95th Street.
Okay.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I used to actually live in Sunny Isles about 2 years ago, but now I reside in Miami Shores. But in summary, I am in full support of the development. I'm a huge fan of Desert Group and Desert Development related. I'm an aspiring developer. I acquired my first site in Little River at 18, and I am in full support. I think it's going to really help out Sunny Isles, especially with the property values, and actually help out with what Sunny Isles has been put on the map for the beautiful skyline, for the beautiful buildings. And it's just going to help the economy here a lot. And yeah, it's going to really show off everything that Sunny Isles is really known for. So I'm in full support of the development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Next speaker, please.
No further speakers.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, just procedurally, could you remind us what we're doing?
The applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal. I believe she requested time for rebuttal, and they have the opportunity to cross-examine any witness.
Anybody that spoke?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Applicant, you're up. But public comment is closed now. We have no more speakers, correct?
No more speakers.
All right, so public comment is officially closed, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening again, everyone. Michael Thomas of Greenberg Traurig is here on behalf of our team. He is a construction lawyer and has been working with both the Ocean 2 and Armani Casa Council to negotiate the Good Neighbor agreements. So I'd like to bring him up to the podium, please.
Okay. Hi,
Good morning, Michael Thomas, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33131. I'm counsel for the applicant. We, in accordance with your request, we sent over two what we're calling construction cooperation agreements, one to the Armani Casa Association, the other to the Council for Ocean 2. Suffice it to say, we think the agreements were quite fair, quite reasonable. They are form agreements that we have used in the past for other developments here, including the development of Armani. It has a very robust safety protocol program that we've committed to perform throughout the course of construction. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I'll give you a couple of the highlights.
If you can please just speak a little closer to them.
Sure.
Thank you.
I could give you a few highlights of some of the terms.
Please.
In terms of the protocol. It's been developed by some of the best geotechnical engineers in the world and some of the best structural engineers in the world. We've committed to install settlement monitoring control points that would be monitored throughout the course of construction, tracking a baseline before construction commences, and then doing it routinely throughout the course of the project during concrete pours at least once a month, typically once a week, and then continuing for some time afterwards. We've offered to install GPS monitors throughout various locations of both buildings at the selection by the association in consultation with its engineers. And what these GPS monitors do is they track to see if there's been any slightest amount of rotation or tilt to the buildings throughout the course of construction. We've also offered to install vibration monitors set at levels that were established by the geotechnical engineers. Again, at locations acceptable by the association, along with its engineers. And these monitors will record any vibrations that are emanating from our site and record what is actually being received by those buildings, which will allow people on the ground, and they'll be tracking this daily, routinely, by minute as construction activities are being performed, to adjust any kind of construction activities as necessary. We've also offered to install crack monitors after performing a survey of the buildings and their existing conditions, documenting any cracks that may be there, monitors on each of those cracks to see if those cracks are large or altered in any way, shape, or form by the construction. Believe me when I tell you there isn't anything more to do. Unfortunately, none of this was acceptable. We're willing to continue to engage with both of these associations. We've made that pledge to them and to their lawyers. Frankly, It's a little premature to have this type of agreement in place because the building is still being designed, hasn't been approved. Once we talk to our contractors, have a better understanding of the construction and their means and methods, we can sort of refine these points, but we are committed to engaging with them in good faith to try to reach an agreement which hopefully will allow the parties to work together and live together throughout this process without complaint, with the least amount of interference. Some other conveniences that we've offered to put in there, including monitoring for dust and mitigation of dust, debris, sound, noise, flagmen outside of the driveways of both of these buildings to make sure that traffic does not prevent ingress and egress out of these buildings, which could be obviously very annoying to the residents as they're coming and going to work or from their homes each and every day. So there's a lot of different things that we can do, and we're willing to hear all of their concerns. We're willing to try to address those concerns if they can be addressed reasonably. But they're going to have to stay with us and stay at the table and continue those discussions, and we're willing to have them. If there's anything else you'd like me to answer, I'm happy to answer any questions at this time or later on.
Sure. We'll start with Commissioner Lama. Do you have questions?
Not at this point, no.
Okay.
I'd like to hear.
Vice Mayor?
I have a lot of questions, but I think I want to hear more of what your side's presentation is going to be. But with regards to what you just said, with all this monitoring that you're offering, is that something that you normally offer to other buildings or in other constructions?
No, it's actually relatively new. This is something that has been put together by our engineers and our structural engineers. It's more monitoring than was in place when, for example, Armani was built. More than was promised to Ocean 3, more than was provided to Ocean 3. I will say that this client, safety is a priority. It is the highest priority. We take it very seriously. We engage the best engineers, the best consultants to come up with these plans, and they're constantly being adapted. So what is on the menu now is the best menu that could possibly be put forward.
So let's say we have all this monitoring going on, right? And the buildings are receiving the information. I don't know how, I guess, some website, I don't know. So that's number one. How is that information
It depends
provided?
On what type of information. For example,
Okay, let's go with the vibration
the
monitors.
seismographs. The seismograph data is recorded. That information can be shared. We could set it up so that it could go to them in real time. It could go to them daily. It could go to them weekly, monthly. It depends on the building. I've been a part of a lot of these types of agreements with a neighbor. Some of them want it right away. Some of them just want to see this information routinely. That is just something that can be worked out depending on.
So let's say we agree we want it daily, or we want to monitor this closely. So let's say the buildings want it daily. So at what point, because I'm just trying to play it out, right? So
Sure.
I'm in the building, I'm getting the information, and I see something alarming. How?
It's a great question. I know where
Right,
you're going.
how is that information then turned into action? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do I get you to stop if I have a concern?
It's a great question. It really requires some professional, an engineer who's trained to interpret that data to determine whether or not it requires any kind of a modification. For example, seismographs are very sensitive. It could be that at that particular moment in time, a very large truck was coming down the street. It could cause it to spike. But there's no indication at all of anything actually happening with the construction or on the building. So it requires people to look at this to distinguish the signal sort of from the noise and distill it down to as to whether or not, okay, this is vibration that's occurring as a result of a construction activity that would require something to be altered.
Okay,
right?
so we have this monitoring going on. Does that mean then that like, I wouldn't be able to interpret those graphs, right? I could be sitting at the computer all day, I wouldn't know. So does that mean that then that now the buildings are gonna have to hire an expert to read the data daily?
If they want to do that, if that's information that they want and they want to go through that, then they probably would have to. Whether or not that's something that the cost of that can be discussed as part of a discussion with my client is up in the air. But if they're going to want their own engineers to be reviewing this information in real time, daily, obviously there's a cost to that.
Right.
You know, what I think the commission, the city should, take comfort in is that this developer's engineers are going to be monitoring that information in real time, okay? And
But
people on site that can make decisions right away if one needs to be made.
But you would have to understand the residents' concern, which is the same thing that they're saying about your studies, right? That of course you're going to provide, this is me sort of paraphrasing them, right?
Yep.
Of course you're going to provide the studies that benefit you, and of course you're going to interpret things in the light that's most beneficial to you, because why would you stop the building of your buildings? So I don't know, I don't live in their buildings, I'm not part of their board, but if we have these offers which are more than is being offered somewhere else, right? So I just want to understand how these extra bells and whistles, which are good, how they play out, how they actually benefit. Because if it means that the board, let's say the board can't afford an engineer, so you're going to have people like me reading things that we don't understand and blowing up your phone. And then what do you do? Do you understand? Like I can't visualize how it happens.
Okay, well, the vibration monitors, as proposed by us, would be installed on the neighboring building's property, right? To actually see what's actually being received. Vibrations move through dirt, through ground, it dissipates over distance, right? So our engineers are going to be interpreting that information in real time. They'll see that information, and our engineers will talk to their engineers. And it's going to have to be naturally reactive to get the data, and then they make a decision on whether something needs to be done. Maybe they were working a little bit too close to the monitor at some point in time. It could be as simple as somebody walked by and hit the monitor. I've been part of things where things have spiked, people have gotten concerned, and it turns out somebody just knocked over the monitor, right? Hit the seismograph. And there was no reason to cause alarm. These engineers are trained to be able to decipher that information and make decisions.
So not to belabor the point, it's basically going to be up to the associations to decide whether they're going to trust the information, of your experts, or they're going to have their own, and that'll just be up to them. I mean, that's how you envision it?
Well, I envision that we will have our own engineers and our own experts who will be talking with their engineers and their experts. And yes, their experts may reach different conclusions, and then they can share those conclusions with us. And engineers can try to come up with a solution together. That's the cooperation that we're trying to create by having an agreement like this in place.
Okay. I mean, those are my just conceptual issues. And I guess at some point you would, I guess in those conversations, I would encourage you to come up with a place of so that it's clear to everybody. When this happens, I can't, again, I don't know anything about it. So it's like on a scale of 1 to 10, when something hits a 5, we're going to stop. Right, or something like that,
No,
so that everybody's
that's a great
clear.
point. Our consultants will set a threshold that they would like as sort of the maximum level of threshold before something may have to happen. That doesn't necessarily mean stopping. It could mean there needs to be a conversation. It could mean there may be further data and review. But they are the ones that will set this. It's not for me to set. It's not for, frankly, the associations to set. Right? It's for people that are trained in this, geotechnical engineers that have the information, knowledge, the training, the education, right, specialization, that ought to be able to interpret this data. And frankly, it's not for us to substitute, our judgment for theirs. That's what we pay them for, and, we have to rely on them.
Those are my questions for now.
Okay, Commissioner Joseph, you had a question?
Yes. So actually, last month, I advocated for a 3-month delay. The commission whittled that down to 1 month. We were hoping that in that month, that in good faith, we would have an agreement between the developer and the residents in Armani and Ocean 2. That did not occur.
It did not.
Yes. So, logically, and understanding that if this commission votes in the affirmative at any time before there's an agreement, logically, for any logical person, you have to think there may never be an agreement.
No.
Well, no, no one here is naive, okay? We know that if you get what you want tonight, there may never be an agreement that is even-handed for the residents and the developer.
We entered into an agreement on Armani at Ocean 3 months, maybe even a year after the approval. I disagree with that completely.
Okay.
What we need in order to have an agreement, we need to have plans. We need to have a contractor involved who's going to tell us and be a big, so we can explain to the neighbors how this building is going to be built, where are the construction activities on the site going to occur, what sequence. This is the information that residents want to know, right? And right now, unfortunately, not our fault, we just are not in a position to give them that information. But we plan to, like good neighbors.
I understand. But as a commissioner and as an advocate for the residents, I know from business experience and from dealing with qualified people for so many years in my business that things do not occur after the fact that, that you would think might happen. They just never happen. So in that regard, and also I have a concern where this Miami Beach property is. You have, when you come out of your driveway, you have the wall of the causeway. So that is a locked 2-lane street with no shoulders. If you're doing construction, if you have, like we just had at the Bentley, where you had rows and rows of cement trucks, how would you ever have an emergency vehicle get through there if there's an emergency at Ocean 2 or Regalia?
Well, typically when those long pours occur, we have to hire an off-duty police officers or on-duty police officer to be there at that time in the event something like that happens in order to direct traffic.
No, I understand, but you have to have a constant pour during that time.
But we still have to have safe ingress and egress out of those.
But you have
buildings.
cars through that bottleneck. How would an emergency vehicle ever get through there? If you have cement trucks on one lane and you have cars that can't go anywhere, how would an emergency vehicle ever get through?
Well, again,
someone would die in that time.
I don't think that's the case. Again, like I said, we're going
Well,
to have,
how would they? The cars aren't automatically going to fly.
We're not at the stage of flying cars yet. Sir.
No.
I agree with you on that.
So how would something get through?
That's what the police department is there for, to make sure that they can direct traffic.
But if you have
We
a
them
bottleneck
on-site
from
with flagging.
189th Street to Golden Gate, how would a car get through? How would an ambulance get through?
In the manner that the police department will direct them at that time.
They first have to get there.
No. I believe that we have to have them on site and typically do. And that's one of the things that we put in that agreement, just so you know, that we would have and pay for people to be out there to direct traffic, to make sure that those areas of ingress and egress are not blocked. We have made that commitment every time this developer is built in this city with the neighbors in an agreement. We've made that commitment and we stand by that. We will do that. That is something that safety, like I said, we take their absolute highest priority.
Okay. I have to pray to God that an instance like that never occurs. But I have to put faith tonight in my other commissioners and the mayor to advocate for the residents to make sure that there's an agreement between the developers and the residents before this commission passes anything.
Okay.
Mayor.
Commissioner Lama
Mayor.
had a...
If I could just...
Please, go ahead.
We discussed this at the last hearing, but there's two distinct issues. So, would you have before you tonight is a zoning site plan application. You cannot condition that approval based on an agreement dealing with construction where the building plans haven't even been made yet. It's not part, it's a completely different analysis that does come further. It's come further in time in every single project that's come before this commission. It literally is premature, and from a legal standpoint, you can't condition your approval of a zoning site plan application based on those issues.
Okay.
No,
Excuse me,
you can't.
Alan.
Thank you.
I have a question for the attorney.
One second. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to speak, please.
I have a
Go
question
ahead.
for the attorney. So, Alan, what you're saying is that we have to vote on this tonight. No, and you know that once let's say it's voted affirmed, the developer has no cause whatsoever to make any agreement with the residents.
They have to, by law, follow the Florida Building Code. That's the only authority you have as a city, as a regulatory body. So once you go through the zoning council, you can shake your head all you want, but it is. So you get to a point where you have a zoning application and you have a code, a specific code, and specific criteria that you look at and you follow, okay? That's for the zoning site plan application. When you get to the building plans and construction and so on and so forth, that's where the Florida Building Code comes over. You have a building official and you have authority as a regulatory body under that code, but they are relegated to that code. Now, what that code's going to look like 5 years from now, we don't know. But that's by law what they have to follow. You don't have the authority, for example, to come in as a municipality and change that building code to require additional requirements. Let's say, as an example, pilings have to go down 50 feet more, right? If the Florida Building Code doesn't require that, you as a municipality can't impose that on them. So your building official and you as a regulatory body are stuck with the Florida Building Code. We saw this in 1992 when it changed. Right after Hurricane Andrew, there was a big change. It used to be the South Florida Building Code, now it's the Florida Building Code. But there were significant changes in 92 after Hurricane Andrew. So to the extent that there needs to be more arduous or more strict types of construction regulation, that's beyond the build. They have to build to the building code, but we can't impose anything greater than that. They can volunteer as they have this extra monitoring and everything else, but again, my goal is to preserve your record so that whatever decision you make is defensible. And your decision tonight can't be based on construction-related issues. It has to be based on the zoning application.
Okay.
So that's just
Okay.
guiding going forward.
But I absolutely can vote for a further deferral.
You can do, like, again, I don't, all I can do is counsel you, and again, all I'm trying to do is preserve your record. You can certainly do that if you want to. That's certainly an option. You have three options, essentially. You can approve with conditions, deny, or defer. Actually, it's four.
Okay. Commissioner Lama had a question?
Yeah, I wanted to know, the gentleman came up. I wanted to know if that's the entire rebuttal or if there's more rebuttals. I'd like to hear all the rebuttals first and then comment.
Okay, please, go ahead.
We'd like to wrap up very briefly,
Sure.
if I may. So I'm a lawyer, this is argument, this is not new evidence. But we're the ones who ordered a court reporter. And you know why? Because you're sitting here tonight, and I think it's important to reframe this, and you heard it in the very beginning. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. That means you're not sitting as an advocate for the residents. You're not. You're sitting effectively as a judge, being asked to weigh the competent and substantial evidence that has been presented before you on a topic that really nobody has discussed, which is whether or not this application satisfies the objective standards in your code for the approval that we seek. Now, I listened very carefully. I took pages and pages of notes. I can read some of them. But there were two phrases that recurred. Independent review. I heard it over and over again. I'd like to emphasize the fact that our application and our traffic has been independently reviewed by an independent, peer-reviewed traffic engineer who found that our application satisfies your code. The president of Ocean 2 used the phrase, the letter of the law. You're here to apply the letter of the law. We comply with the letter of the law. Whether you like the law or not is not the question. The law is the law. If you don't like the law, you change the law, but you're here tonight to evaluate our application and measure it against the evidence of compliance with the law that it exists today, not whether we can reach an agreement with a third party. If you were to condition your application of the law on what a neighbor wants, then you have improperly delegated your authority to a third party. That's not their job, that's your job to look at the evidence. The evidence that's before you. The competent and substantial evidence in this record, which includes the report by your staff and their professional peer reviews, confirms to a certainty that this application satisfies every objective standard in your code. Objective standard in your code, whether you like it or not, it does. On the question of traffic, everybody's got an opinion about traffic. But the important thing to note that not a lot of people know is this jurisdiction sits within a transportation concurrency exception area. What does that mean? That means there is so much background traffic cutting through this city that we cannot attribute or deny any one application based on the traffic that that one application would cause, because to do so would be to deny a property owner of a vitally important property right for no fault of their own. Precious few units are being built here, precious few, and as the people all know, they won't all be occupied. The residents of this building are not going to move the traffic needle in any meaningful way so that it could disrupt the ability to build this beautiful building that is fully compliant with all of your codes. And then, it's a bit of a cliche, but it bears mention. Justice delayed is justice denied. We are here in full compliance with your code. This body asked us with the finest legal skills there are to try to work out an agreement with our neighbors about a building that has not yet been designed to see if we could reach a good neighbor agreement, and we couldn't as of this moment. But as of this moment, we comply with your code in the opinion of your staff, your independent staff, and for that reason, the very narrow issue before you this evening, divorced of the emotion, divorced of the catcalls and the snickering and the sneering, when you look at the clinical evidence before you through the lens of your decision, it's an easy decision. So we ask for your approval tonight. My colleague Tracy is going to close very briefly. And I want to thank you all for your patience through a very long night.
Thank you.
Tracy.
Thank you, Jeff. I think we've said everything there is to say in rebuttal. I want to thank all of you for your time and your consideration. I want to thank staff. We have complied with all of their requests. We have submitted all of the analysis they have asked for. They have determined that this application is consistent with your code, consistent with your comprehensive plan, and compatible with the pattern of development in the area. That applies to both the site plan and the TDRs. We ask for your approval this evening based on that evidence and the evidence that was presented to you in January. You received a full presentation where we did talk about traffic, structural issues that were outside of the scope of the site plan review criteria, but we did discuss them. And we provided you plenty of evidence relating to the compatibility and consistency of this project with your code and the goals, objectives, and policies of your comprehensive plan. We took the time in the last month to reach out extensively with the 2 condo associations that asked for it. I reached out to them next day. As was said, on the record here earlier, there was a little bit of phone tag, but we did our best to make ourselves available, and we have been talking to them as recently as this afternoon. We are in ongoing discussions, and we intend to reach settlement agreements with them at the appropriate time. We understand that if we don't, we're subject to any type of claim that they want to file in the court of law. So there is recourse if something does go awry, whether there's an agreement in place or not. And I just want to remind everybody of that. Everybody has rights, and everybody should be able to defend their rights. So with that, we're here to answer any final questions you may have and ask you to approve this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Stuyvesant, you're up.
Okay, so my questions are basically with the zoning application. And I want to start with the appraiser report.
Are you, just so the applicant or staff?
Staff.
Okay.
Okay, so.
One second, Mr. City Manager, do you want Amy to come up? Okay.
My question will be like, who gave the conditions to the appraiser of how to come to their conclusions?
Sure. So the city code actually establishes how we establish costs of the TDRs, because you were talking about the TDR appraisal report, correct?
Well, actually, with the FAR, the $125, yes.
I'm sorry.
With the FAR.
For the
appraisal.
development bonuses?
Yes, correct. We are basing the amount of money that they are going to be paying for $125, correct?
So the development bonuses and the cost per participation unit of
Correct.
the development bonuses is established by code. And the last time that was updated, I believe, was in 2018 by the City Commission. So the City Commission established that price.
No, I'm talking about the appraiser of the price for the $125 that is part of our package.
So that's for the TDRs,
Okay.
correct?
Perfect, yeah, correct. Yeah. 200 is the bonuses, yes.
So for the TDRs, it's established by code how the appraisal is done.
Okay.
And so the cost for a square foot of development right is determined by the market value of the receiving site as determined by a current real estate appraisal. And that independent appraisal was attached to the agenda.
Correct. So I have a few comments about the independent appraiser because it raised a few concerns. We are using the same amount of money, which is $125 per. It was in 2013 and 2014, even though that appraiser was made in 2025. Okay, so it's very lengthy. I went to a lot of detail to read, 80 pages or so, and it came to my attention, and I'm gonna quote a few, which are in page 37 and 44, and it says, zoning and legal officials with the City of Sunny Isles Beach previously established parameters with regard to the selection of comparable sales, meaning it has to be within the City of Sunny Isles Beach. These parameters preclude the appraiser from going outside the city limits to search for comparable land sales. Because of the parameters, and this is, I'm quoting the appraiser's report, because of the parameters enforced by city officials that limit the scope of work and appraisal process and the limitation of comparable sales activity, the conclusion should not and has not been considered market value as typically defined. So again, we gave very specific conditions to be within the city limits, and that's why the appraiser, and it states in another part of the report on page 9, it says, furthermore, the report plainly states, in addition, this appraisal does not provide an indication of market value. Additionally, the appraisal applied a 0% adjustment for market conditions, basically saying or arguing that the oceanfront land value in South Florida didn't change in the last 11 years. So we are basing that calculation on was a very specific managed conditions given by city staff. So my question is, again, the first one. Who gave these conditions to the appraisal?
So per the code, it's based on the market value and it's done by a certified appraiser. I'm not a certified appraiser. I can't speak to the comparable sales analysis. But this appraiser has been used for all of the TDR requests recently in the city. So it's consistent with what has been done in the past. But I can't speak to the methods of appraisal. I'm not a certified appraiser.
Okay, so basically it came now from your office, from the zoning department. So I'm going to put on the record that I'm formally requesting a complete production of all emails and communications between city staff, city attorney, elected officials, and the appraiser regarding that report. Additionally, I request a comprehensive calendar log of all past meetings and phone conversations related to this very specific appraisal process, and a full and transparent accounting of the costs, fees, and expenses incurred by the city to commission and produce this report. That is about the appraisal report. Now, I have questions about the promissory note. And for that,
Who's the question for?
well, let's see who's going to be thinking that they have to answer it, okay? It's to the staff as well. So about the promissory note, because it's been very long, I'm going to go to the end, okay? So we are being asked to approve a bundle, 26.7 million promissory note today, which is part of the zoning. It's one of the conditions. Knowing full well that if the bonus unit rate change in the next 5 years, which that bonus unit rate is not locked, it can vary. And I read also that the applicant will be totally fine and okay paying whatever is the amount that it might change in the future. This promissory note will immediately become inaccurate and require a change and a modification to the principal amount. So we are legally, we can legally or ethically bundle a floating debt, which is the FAR bonuses, with a fixed debt, which is the appraised TDR, into a single loan instrument. So the promissory note, at least it has to be separated, because we are putting together TDRs and FARs. So to make it even more simple for the staff, I give you a copy of what will be the modifications that I would like to propose to separate the promissory notes. I don't know who would like to speak about this, and I would like to know from the applicant if they will have any problem separating the promissory note and having the FARs in one and then the TDRs in another one.
Just very briefly again, for the record, Jeff Bassey, the applicant, has indicated no objection to separating into into two notes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I would like to hear now from the staff in regards to that.
What's the question?
About separating the promissory notes in two. One specifically for the TDRs, which is to our discretion, and another one for the bonuses and FARs that they are as of right according to if they comply with all the requirements.
If the city commission wants to separate them, you separate them.
Okay, thank you.
That will be part of my modifications. And then when it comes to that, one of the reasons that I'm proposing that is that when it comes to the FARs and the bonuses, the money goes allocated to very specific funds. So those are restricted funds, like the beach, like beach access, etc. However, the other $15+ million, which are the TDRs, which are discretionary, they are not tied to anything. So I would like to know from the city staff what will be the mindset, where will be allocated those $15 million? Go
ahead, Mr. City Manager.
It'll be determined by the commission during our budget.
Okay, it will be coming as a general fund, basically money?
Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
It'll be discussed during the budget, and however the commission wants to allocate it, it can be allocated that way.
Well, I hope that everybody that is here will take such a good attention to also participating in the budget discussions, because that's where the majority of the big decisions are being made. And I don't know how much the rest of the commission reads or not that budget book, because it's lengthy. I happen to be an economist, so actually I'd like to read it. But then I'm going to propose, as for the TDRs, that they are discretionary, and in the event that they get approved, to create an owner's impact fund, meaning that money it's not necessary, it's not being calculated as needed for, or it's not tied or restricted to any fund. So the proposal will to give the money back to the community. There is roughly 4,000 homestead units here in Sunny Isles Beach, a little bit than 4,000 as of 2025. So the recommendation will be, as when the applicant gives those payments that apparently are going to be in a period not less than 10 years. I'm sorry, no more than 10 years. It can be less, because you guys have the discretion to pay according to when you get your master approval and all of that, to give back the money to the community. Like I said, it's not part of any other fund. There is a very weird dynamic going on here between the developers and the city, and the residents and the owners of Sunny Isles Beach, meaning that it is true, and I'm always glad to see here former Mayor Norman Edelko, because he has given us the story of how we got to where we are and why our city it is so financially stable. Norman, say hi, because some people don't know who you are. Okay, so it will be, the dynamic is that we have the city that we have thanks to the risk that many of the developers took in their time. And you guys live in those beautiful buildings because of the financial risk that they're taking. But we, the residents and the owners, we take the burden of anything and everything that is been happening afterwards, meaning the traffic, the dust, the shade, you name it, okay? So about that, I would like to just read for the record as well, that according to the staff report, and when it comes to the concurrency review, it is in the report, and it says, the following concurrency review pursuant to Article 6 of the City's Land Development Regulation ensures there is adequate facilities to maintain the level of service standards for water, sewer, drainage, solid waste, parks, public schools, and transportation that exist or are planning to exist when necessary to serve the development. This is on the record. This is the recommendation of the city staff, that all of the above exist or are going to exist once it's ready, this development. I just want to put all this in perspective, because we are going to be making the decision based on all this information. And like I said, it happened to be that I like to read, so I go to the details in all these things. So that's what I am proposing, to create an owner's impact fund that is going to give back to the community, that they are the ones suffering the burden of the traffic, of the shade, etc., and that the money of the TDRs is going to be back to the people.
About $3,500. $3,500.
Well,
Just one note, though, a caveat to what the city manager said, though. Per your code, you'd have to change your code for that, though, because your code directs that money into your CPI fund. So that TDR money goes to your CPI fund.
Well, which was the first question I asked, if it was tied to something.
Yeah, so it's tied to your CPI fund. So you'd have to change your code to accommodate that.
Okay,
But
so
that would
once we separate the promissory notes with FARs and TDRs, the TDRs can be then be part of this impact fund once we bring the language necessary to change it in the code. Because as of right now, which was to my point, we are the ones suffering the burden. The developers are the ones taking the financial risk, and then all the good publicity about the $300,000 winter lights and the $300,000 barbecue for the city, etc., is all because of the city, not because of the money that is being brought to the city by our taxes and by the risk of the developers. So I'm just trying to make a little bit more clear where the money is coming and what is it going. And the TDRs, I would like, and that is something that maybe even you, Jerry, would like to be on board if it's going to be back to the community, the $15 million, okay? So this is my comments for now.
Okay. Commissioner Lama?
Yes. Okay, so back to the beginning. I would love for both parties, or the three parties, to come to an agreement. And I know you're in discussion, so I would like to know from the applicant what were some of the objections or apprehensions from, you know, the adjacent buildings as far as the good neighbor agreement. Can I hear some of that, please?
Michael Thomas again. Some of the apprehensions. One, I think, first off, it's still just a little bit premature at present, right? We need a little bit more input from, obviously, the neighbors, from our general contractor, complete the design of the building, right? So we can give them a more accurate description and view, promises that we can make, vis-a-vis schedule, ingress, egress, where the construction activities are going to be held on the site. There was a request in there that we think present a very possibly a challenge that we cannot overcome with respect to insurance coverage, which is important. We need to make sure we have adequate insurance. We can't do anything in this agreement that would jeopardize that coverage.
What was the specific ask?
Making certain commitments by us to perform repairs immediately presents a problem for us in that regard. We are going to have adequate insurance for this project that will provide coverage in the event of some type of minor damage to a neighboring building or to a car or something like that. But when an insured makes promises in advance and then tries to insure those promises, that becomes a problem. So we can't, in good conscience and, you know, in the fiduciary obligations that we have to the company, take those types of risks. There's also some concerns about the extent of the indemnifications that they were asking of us with respect to any and all financial losses that they may incur. But I think primarily, and largely also to the continuing, let's say, request by one for approval rights over everything that occurs on our property, right? We understand and are sympathetic that these residents have property rights. We get that. So do we. We need to build this building, build it safely. We're going to do it in a manner that causes the least amount of disruption to the neighbors, and we're going to make commitments that are reasonable. And I would go back to say, with respect to safety again, had either one of those buildings accepted the safety protocol proposed, given my experience, how many of these types of agreements that I've dealt with in Sunny Isles, it would have been the most robust safety program ever committed to be performed by a developer for any of these buildings. And we stand by that commitment. We're going to have and continue to make that offer available to them for their acceptance on reasonable terms. Those are some problems. Do I think that these problems, these issues that were raised, can be overcome? Of course. If we have a reasonable counterpart, I think that it's very easy to overcome. But we're committed to working with them in good faith, and we'll continue to do so, even post-approval.
Also, regarding the, obviously, the vibration and the drilling and everything, when it comes to monitoring this and having a stop work order because obviously the monitors are going off, right? I wanted to understand well, first of all, I want to understand if you have experienced this in the past with other developments. And I wanted to know, just to give me, I know that you cannot give me specific examples, but if you could give me some idea of how this works, right?
Sure.
I understand that Vice Mayor Vizcarra asked you a question and try to understand the process, but I don't know. I mean, I come from a land of earthquakes, right? And do you go above 3.0 on the Richter scale? I mean, how does it happen?
Well, it depends, right? So these will obviously be determined by the geotechnical engineers that install them, right? And there's a lot of factors that go into play. The age of the building next door, the distance, the setback from the building, the type of construction. Was it a concrete building or was it built of some other type of material, CMU block, etc.? So there's various things that will go into that. So I could envision a situation where there could be one threshold on one side and then one threshold on another. I could envision it being two very conservative thresholds, minimum thresholds, which then if activity were to hit that threshold, again, it would require then this geotech engineer to either get involved to monitor to see what kind of construction activity is going on. Was it as simple as, for example, if these monitors were being installed on the neighboring buildings, was it something that happened on that building? Did somebody run into the seismograph? Were there people that were walking by it at that point in time? These things happen. Not every spike, not everything that's recorded by these seismographs are connected to construction of the neighboring building, right? The important point here is that these engineers are going to be monitoring this and they get this information in real time as things are occurring so that they can make decisions immediately, and that information is transmitted to the construction people that are on the site.
Okay. And then regarding subsidence, so I understand that I believe the Armani Casa was monitored for 2 years, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Huh?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, no, I'm stating this because I had spoken to Arthur Gallagher about it. I believe that's what he stated. So,
Can you clarify what that means? I don't understand.
subsidence when there's
Oh, that's
settlement.
what it was monitored?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So to monitor that.
Okay.
And obviously, once the association takes over, that is not monitored anymore. But it will be interesting to know how long you're going to monitor for that, and if you're going to be monitoring in real time and understand how that technology works. And if it could be, I would like to see it being monitored for longer than 2 years. I don't know what your plan is at this moment, and I don't know if that's going to be part of the Good Neighbor Agreement or not, but from a city standpoint, I would like to see it being monitored, obviously, given the unfortunate circumstances that happened in Surfside. Not to say that, it came down because of that. I think there was other issues involved, but, I think we need to be diligent and we need to be aware and cognizant and be responsible and monitor for that. Probably way beyond the 2 years that the Armani Casa were monitored.
I would think Armani Casa had requested that the settlement monitoring occurred throughout the course of construction and then for a period of 2 years after that. That was something that was being discussed.
Correct. I don't know exactly, but I think that could be extended. That's something that I would personally like to request and include. And I know that right now we're only talking about the site plan. There's nothing, construction hasn't begun. There's no actually engineering plans or et cetera, but something that I would like to discuss right now, so there is an understanding about that. I see some gentlemen got up. Are we having We have some experts here.
Yeah, this is
Back.
John
Yeah.
John Paul
All right.
Perez from the
Go
Relay
ahead.
Group. He would like to speak.
Okay.
Please, go ahead.
Just because the issue of safety has been raised, it was important for Mr. Perez to just
Please.
Yeah,
speak to you
please.
very briefly, because
Yeah.
it is his name and reputation.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Good evening, everyone, and then, thank you for here. It's been a long night, and John Paul Perez, President and CEO of Related Group. It's a firm my father started 46 years ago. We're all about legacy, right? This is and investing in communities. So we don't look at just project by project. We look at communities where we're building. We always work with our neighbors. We have a 46-year track record of working with our neighbors and making sure to do the right thing. This is going to be another example of us doing that. So, and on top of that, there's a lot of risk. That is what we take. We take that risk for the city, right? So safety is our number one concern. So we would never do something that is unsafe to the residents of the communities that we build in. We hire the best consultants in the world to put together the plans, the contractor, means and method to develop complex buildings like this. So we have done this before for 46 years. We built over 100,000 units. We've been developing in Sunny Isles since in the late 1990s with actually Gil Desert, the Desert family. So this is another case of us. We are going to do the right thing. We are going to be safe. We have integrity. We're honest people. And we're going to work together. We're going to work with you. We're going to work with our neighbors again. And it's funny because we have a lot of people here speaking that are living in our buildings. If we weren't allowed to build these buildings, they wouldn't be living here, right? So we're here to add to the community, bring another amazing, beautiful building, and do it right. So thank you again. And if you have more questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lama?
Yeah, so also one of the adjacent neighbors talked about an escrow fund of $50 million. Another neighbor, what I'd like to see is to see this conversation continue, and now for all parties to be reasonable. I wasn't privy, I was not there at the meetings, did not witness or heard the conversations, but I was just a little bit surprised when I hear that it took 2 weeks to meet. When you know that there's a month, you only have 1 month. So I was a little bit surprised, to be honest with you, when I heard that there was like phone tag going on for 2 weeks. I don't know the reasons, but this is an urgent matter, and I was just a little surprised, to be honest with you. So to move forward, I would like to see some more sense of urgency, not to say that not everybody had that sense of urgency, but yeah, I don't think it's reasonable to wait 2 weeks to meet.
Look, you have our word, you have my word, our family's word that we will get to an agreement with our neighbors. But again, we're talking about site plan approval, right? We're building in Bell Harbor right now where we had to go 2 levels underground. Neighbors on both sides. We came to an agreement with both neighbors, right? But we never had those discussions at this point in time because again, we don't have the detailed plans to sit intelligently with them and show them with our contractor in tow, showing exactly how we're going to build this building and why we're doing it the safest possible way. So in order to have those intelligent conversations and be able to cooperate and come to a fair agreement, we need to be further along in the process in order to have those. And again, coordinating schedules sometimes can be a little bit difficult, but I'm telling you, we are on top of it. We have a whole team that is going to be there to make sure that this gets done.
Now, can there be some sort of letter of intent that an agreement will be signed between all parties? Because, we could leave today with an approval, and then what happens afterwards?
We still have to get a building permit. So I think he said it earlier.
Mr. City Attorney, can you please clarify for the
it's a different process. You can't condition, you can't require
exactly.
that. You can't require that at this point. But certainly, to Mr. Perez's point, they have to apply for building permits, and that's when they're going to have building plans. Those are things that the building official, again, they're relegated to the Florida Building Code, which is pretty stringent. But those are issues that will be dealt with then. You can't make that as a condition of approval.
No, I understand that, but I don't think our building department can make an agreement as a condition of their approval.
They're not
either.
going to be involved in that. They're going to be involved in enforcing the building code.
Right.
It's just simply not in your code. And as was stated before, and we stated last month,
Yeah.
you have to follow the essential requirements of the law, which is your code.
Mhm.
I understand that, yeah.
And to the extent that you want to change your code, to the extent you can change your code, that's what you need to do. But as the they've gone ahead and invested, and again, I'm not arguing for them. What I'm trying to do is, with your record, that you have a certain code in place, and they rely on that code. And not just them, but any builder in the city relies on that code. And if they have to check off all the boxes, they check off the boxes. Now, there's certain things, obviously, in your code that, in the memo I sent you, that you can consider as you go through, as you deliberate. But certainly, that the code really that's your essential requirements of the law, and that's what you have to follow. And the things you're raising now, although perfectly valid, are simply not in your code for this particular process.
I understand that, yeah. Unfortunately.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, one more question. So the TDRs, they were obviously, they're what's in our code right now presently. Whether we like them, how they've been, let's say, appraised, or the formula we're using, or not, right? I mean, that's what it's stated in our code at this moment.
Right. Your code sets the procedure. Obviously, as Ms. Canella said, at some point you have no qualified appraisers on your staff. So as we do with traffic engineers or anything else, we require independent folks that we hire to do those assessments for us. So as with any discipline, you have to rely on the professionals you employ, whether they work for the city or they're retained as a third party. But as Commissioner Suvasan has stated, I believe the applicant has committed to the extent, because one of the things we want to do, presuming SB 80 allows us to, is to reevaluate that formula. And if those rates go up, then it's something that the developer is committed to abide by.
Got it, yeah. Okay, no further questions.
Okay.
I just.
Wait, 1 second. Let Vice Mayor speak.
Thank you, because I only asked my question
You
on
had the one, yeah.
on the one thing that was brought up, but I was taking notes as the residents were speaking, so I don't know to whom these questions will
To
be.
the applicant.
It is to the applicant, but I don't know of you guys, like who's going to answer. But I just wanted to go through the points that the residents brought up. And I had in my conversations with the applicant actually talked about the expansion of the sidewalk. And I've been told that that's something that will be implemented. And with regards to the shared parking, it's 8 spaces. I understand that because the restaurant is going to be for the private use, and so you're not expecting those spots necessarily to, that overlap is not a whole lot. Is it possible, so that we're not asking for any exceptions to anything, is it possible to like find those 8 spots somewhere? Can we add stackers, or can we redraw lines, or anything along those lines? Or add tandem? I don't know.
Yeah, we can take a look at that and try to determine if that's possible between now and building permit.
Yeah, I'm just asking to consider that. Now, with regards to the issues raised by the residents, one of them was that traffic trucks would not be able to turn in directly. Who can answer that? Is that accurate?
The site plan provides 2 driveways. There's a service entrance, which is at the southernmost portion of the property, and that follows the south property line back to the garage entrance and loading areas. So that will be marked for the trucks, so that they don't stage in the roadway, so that they're not conflicting with the residential traffic. Residents will have a separate driveway entrance, and it will be separated slightly to the north of the loading and service
Understood,
entrance.
but that's not the question. The question is whether a garbage truck will be able to make the turn, or is it going to be one of those where they go in, they have to back out and then straighten out?
We have run all of the auto turn scenarios, and our analysis shows that the trucks, both fire trucks and garbage trucks, can access the site properly.
In one go?
Yes. And we have worked with Waste Management already to make sure that our site plan works for their trucks specifically, because they will be our service provider.
Okay, let's see, what else do we have here? Let's see. The sidewalk was brought up. Let me see. Okay, one of the speakers, Sonia, said that the two buildings are differently impacted. I don't know if you can speak to that. Do you understand?
I don't. If I were to assume, I would say that it would be because the age of the building is different. So the construction criteria that went into the engineering of the two buildings may be different, but I have no way of knowing, and I don't think anybody does unless they review the building permits.
Okay, one of the residents also said that he believes that this will increase our property values. Because you would be adding, like a nice building at some point. Let's see. And somebody also brought up the question of where is the benefit, right? Where we're doing this transference of the TDRs. And if I'm not. I prefer if somebody, who's better versed in this than I am would explain it. But like when we sell the air rights, all right, can you explain that cost benefit analysis?
Yes, so the criteria that he was referencing was for a totally different municipality in a totally different state. He was discussing Manhattan in New York City, which has a different set of rules and development standards and considerations. This is very different. Your code creates two sets of benefits by a project. The bonuses are all geared towards specific public benefits. Those include beach access, streetscape enhancements, public open space, and parking, as well as educational and cultural bonuses that are all paid for with money that goes towards those specific improvements, or improvements need to be physically made by the developer in order to achieve those bonuses, which we have done. So there's a physical value to it, and creating this oceanfront open space, for example, or an enhanced streetscape, but then there's also a financial benefit to the city, in this case, in the tune of approximately $14.4 million. And then for the TDRs, there is, as the city manager mentioned earlier, a fund, or there potentially could be a fund, but today it's tied to your budget, and these monies are collected by the city and then allocated in your budget process to the places where you as a commission identify that the city needs it most. So the public benefit comes to you in a monetary form up front, and then it is allocated to actual benefits in the future.
And I would add to that, and just this is how I view it. It's already being given back to the community, not directly to in your bank account, but you get it back in service, right? Everybody here praised the police. That doesn't fall from the sky. That's funded. All their equipment and our drone program, which is state of the art. That's a benefit to the community that is coming out of those monies, right? All our programming. The holiday lights, our parks, the concerts, all those things. That's how we give it back to the community. That's what happens, and I feel that that's how we give it. I don't think we need a separate fund. I think that's how it benefits everyone, and it's not to particular people in particular buildings, to everybody. through the budget. Okay, and that's all. And those were all my questions. Thank you.
I think Amy wanted to follow up with an answer.
I just want to add something about the TDR benefit. The purpose of the TDR program is preservation and enhancement of open space. So the purchase is from the city's public TDR bank account. And so all of the rights that are in that bank account are because properties have been dedicated to the city for parks and open space and conservation land. So that's how this bank was established, and that's what they're pulling from. So that benefit has already been dedicated to the city. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph, you wanted to add, you had a question? Is your microphone's not on?
Sorry. I had a question regarding the dewatering. Has someone had experience with dewatering previously that can answer that question?
Why not? What can I answer for?
You're the attorney, you're not an engineer.
I'm not an engineer, but I've been part of plenty of dewatering discussions. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so what is the last building that you've had experience with dewatering occurring?
The last building that I've had experience with dewatering, I mean, I think about every building that I've had experience with has had some type of dewatering that's had to occur around the foundation. What's your particular concern?
Well, that affects the buildings, the adjacent buildings.
Well, I'm not aware of any issue that's in Miami, the city of Sunny Isles, anywhere in frankly, South Florida, where there's been a documented record of their dewatering having an effect on a neighboring structure. Okay, but this again kind of dovetails back into the safety program that we said that we would put in place.
So you're aware that the water level in the limestone affects the stability of the limestone?
I'm not an engineer. I'm a lawyer by trade, unfortunately.
That's what I said previously.
Yeah, you were quite correct, sir. But I do hire a lot of engineers, and they do tell me a lot about this type of thing, and we've had experience with this. But again, I think the point that Mr. Perez made is the right point, that when this project is fully designed and engineered...
So we don't have anyone that can answer this question?
If you're asking for a technical engineering question, then, I mean, I don't have anybody here to answer that particular question, but I'm not sure exactly what your question is.
Well, I'm talking about the stability of the adjacent buildings during the dewatering process.
If I may, Madam Mayor, that is all part of our engineering considerations that would be part of the construction documents and structural engineering that would be done prior to the issuance of a building permit. The dewatering criteria is not part of your city code site plan criteria for approval. It's not something that's identified at this point in time as part of the development concept. It's something that has to be addressed prior to the issuance of a building permit.
No, I understand. But these are issues that have come up in recent years that were not even considered 5 years ago. So there is a responsibility of the developer to plan for cracks in the limestone or deficiencies or whatever might occur when the water is removed that is not anticipated to the protection of the neighboring buildings.
Absolutely, and it is our responsibility as a developer and a property owner to ensure that the impacts of the development are contained within our property. That includes stormwater, that includes, lighting, that includes a lot of factors, and that's governed in part by your code, in part by the Florida Building Code, and in part by the Florida Fire Code as well. And DERM, South Florida Water Management District, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, there are layers upon layers upon layers of regulation that apply to the design and construction of the building once the site plan is approved and the project goes into the pre-construction phase.
Yes, but once you're allowed to move forward, there's no chance. This is the only time that the commission has any power to defer this hearing in order that you can come to your agreement with the residents.
With all due respect, dewatering is not a factor of site plan consideration.
I'm talking about
what you're talking.
Dewatering regarding the stability of the neighboring buildings regarding if there becomes an issue with the limestone.
Again, all of that is part of the building permit design process and cannot be
But
answered at this time.
that's going to be way after this fact.
As is done with every single building that has ever been approved by this commission and every commission in South Florida, state of
Yes.
Florida, and in the
I
United
understand.
States, right?
But what I was saying is
Unfortunately,
that-
there's things that cannot be determined at this stage of the process.
See, as engineering changes, as more information is brought to light as to what can occur, what deficiencies can develop, you have to work with that and change and modify how you deal with these, and make considerations for what might occur.
I'll be super brief, but I think it's incumbent upon me as the lawyer to advise there's a difference between power and authority. The power that you're seeking to exercise to make us address these things now is beyond your authority under your code for consideration today. And so, again, we're here to police that the decision you make is based on your authority as a site plan review application. And the requirement that we address dewatering now is beyond the legitimate scope of the authority that you have under your code this evening.
For me, I'm saying that, in my opinion, tonight, this project is not ready for approval.
Okay.
And I would be asking for a deferral.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any more comments?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question of Amy.
Please, Amy, if you don't mind, please.
So I think it's something we haven't discussed. Maybe we discussed it in the previous commission meeting, but I wanted to understand how many dwelling units can the applicant build without the TDRs?
So without the TDRs, the number of units, which is the base
The base, yeah.
plus the bonuses,
Mhm.
would be a max of 80 units per acre, and that is 160 units,
Okay, okay.
which is more than what they are proposing.
Which is more, okay. Now, with the TDRs, they are building 145 dwelling units, right? Without the TDRs, we're talking about a total of 403,000 square feet, which would be their base, right? Or their base, let's say. And we're talking about 124,000 TDRs, which will bring us to a total, as the application stands right now, 524,000 square feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So basically, they're building less units, but they're bigger in square footage.
That's correct. That's
And their common areas would be bigger too, because they're applying some of those TDRs to the common areas as well.
That's right. The floor area encompasses all
Okay.
conditioned space, so it includes like amenities, lobbies, gyms, corridors, things like that. Yes.
Okay. Now, let's say we do not give the applicant the TDRs. They're discretionary. I mean, what guarantees us as a body, as a city, that they would not build the 160 dwelling units? You know, I mean, I mean, we're talking a lot. We're going back and forth a lot. I think my main concern is the safety, right? When they're building the structure.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Yeah. My main concern is the safety. I want to make sure that there's an agreement between all the parties, the adjacent buildings, and that when we construct this, you know, I'm concerned about dewatering, drilling, vibration, monitoring of this. Obviously, I'm concerned about the ingress and egress of emergency vehicles, but I think those must be addressed when we move to there's a second phase, the construction phase, and we talk to our building department. I'm concerned that, what?
We don't talk to the building department.
Well, when the staff talks to it, well, now we will.
I was
No,
at
well,
a-
we direct staff, we direct the city manager.
Let me just say one thing. I was at a resident's house a few weeks ago that I've been working with for years. He had bought a property, and it was not up to code when it was sold to him by the developer. He had it all redone, put in hundreds of thousands of dollars to have it brought up to code, and I was there. He had an inspection on the windows. The inspector came in and was looking at the window, and it said a certain size on the window on a sticker, and he read it incorrectly, and it was that this window was rated up to a certain size, not that it was the size of that particular window that was installed. So he wasn't passing the windows because he was reading the sticker incorrectly.
Well, okay,
So-
that's
All right,
fine.
could we just stick
So
to
then,
But going back to the issue, I think that
I got a
now-
call from the
Okay.
city manager
Mhm.
saying I couldn't be there because I was interfering. And I
Okay.
had to leave in order for the inspection to go through. Okay?
Okay, understood,
So we
but I
have,
think-
apparently, we have no right to have any interaction with the building department.
Well, per charter, we direct everything through the city manager
We're not allowed to direct the city staff, correct?
directly, yes.
Please finish your statement.
Going back to my point is that, you know, we could take away the TDRs. I mean, this is the question, right? We could take away the TDRs. They could still build 160 units. They'll be smaller, you know, but you'll still have the same, you'll even have more dwelling units in that building.
Now, let me ask you, with the TDRs,
wait,
can they
let him
still
talk.
do 160?
Let him
No,
talk.
we're doing one
What
at a
is that?
time, please.
What if they come back and they want
Commissioner
to do a
Joseph.
revision?
So hold on,
asking
you're
now.
not-
Jerry, let me finish.
You're not
Yeah,
recognized right now.
Let me finish. So the issue here is that my main concern is that when they start building this building, whatever size it is, I just want to make sure that the adjacent buildings are safe. They're not impacted by the drilling, that the monitoring that needs to be in place is in place, and that also, and I know this is out of the scope, but also our building department is privy to those reports, vibration reports, et cetera. So we could ensure the safety of the residents, okay? And I would like to see an agreement happen between them. Obviously, that's between them. It is, I mean, they could be talking for 3 years and not come to an agreement. But they do need to come to an agreement. I don't know how we could, you know, further promote that. If they could sign some sort of letter of intent that they are going to come to an agreement. But I think both parties, well, all three parties need to be reasonable, and they need to, you know, be as, you know, diligent as possible to come to an agreement in regards to that.
May I answer one thing?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, ask her.
Yes. May I answer?
You can speak
Okay.
now.
So I would like to clarify for you because, but in order to do that, I have to ask a question of Stan. Stan, may I ask you a question regarding the building
Go
department?
ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Sure.
Okay. So Florida code, building code, who is that to protect? Is that to protect the homeowner, or is it to protect the building department that a structure is built to city, county, and state code?
Go ahead.
I didn't write it, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
What was the
I
question?
can tell you that it's not to protect the homeowner. Okay? So when Alex, when you were saying that the building department is going to look to protect the property rights of the residents, that's not true. After this leaves tonight, there is nothing that the city can do to protect the residents.
Again, we have
There-
a building permit process that
Yeah.
is very vigorous,
Yeah.
and it's a separate, every building in this city has been built pursuant to the applicable building codes, which are controlled by the state of Florida and to some extent, very limited extent, by the county. it's not easy to get a building permit for a structure this size, and there's a lot involved in it, and there's a lot of disciplines involved. So, yes, the building department is heavily involved with regards to, and your building official who has autonomy, to ensure that the building code is followed to the letter.
Yes,
Okay.
but not to the protection of the residents.
We don't dictate that. The state of Florida and the county dictate that. You don't have independent authority to dictate what the building code is.
I'm not looking to do that.
Okay.
And it's
I'm
not
just
even part of
stating a
this.
fact.
All right. Please
Madam
go
Mayor,
ahead.
I have an offer.
Sure, thank you.
I think it's the time of the night where we could use that. We are going to voluntarily proffer the vibration monitor, the vibration monitoring that my colleague Mr. Thomas highlighted before, so that you can impose that voluntarily upon us as a condition of a site plan approval. Whether we reach an agreement or not, we are proffering that as a condition. Should there be a will of this body to accept that condition, I'll have Mr. Thomas will read it. There's a court reporter here, and those can be conditions of approval that whether we reach an agreement or not, we are committed to do the vibration monitoring as outlined by Mr. Thomas, both on their site, on both sites, as well as our own.
Mr. City Attorney, is that something that could be added to this?
They're volunteering it. Again, if you can't require it of them, but if they're volunteering it, they certainly can, we'd have to put that obviously in.
Okay.
And I would just say, we would need their consent, both parties, if they were going to allow us to put
Right,
it
you'd have to
on
put it on their
private
property, of course.
But to that extent, since they're volunteering, you could certainly put that, again, you can't impose that on them, but if they're volunteering it.
Sure. All right.
I have one
Sure. Commissioner Lama, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Let me just have Commissioner Joseph finish. Are you finished?
Yes, I would just like to say that,
It's not really finished.
not to be naive, but I just would like to have the two parties have at least another month to work through the issues and then have this come back to us.
Okay. Commissioner Stuyvesant, did you want to add anything? Well, this is the final, we're going to take a vote.
We're going to take a vote before your comments, or you don't have any comment?
I'm asking you, it's your turn. You're being recognized.
Okay, so you don't have any comment because they make a massive investment on getting you elected?
Okay.
Oh,
Commissioner Stuyvesant, it is your turn to speak. Otherwise, I'm giving the floor to Vice Mayor.
okay, I have comments to make after your comments. Or
Go-
you don't have any comments?
Go ahead. You are being recognized right now.
Okay, so you don't have anything to say?
You are being recognized right
Because
now.
of the party that they did to you 2 weeks ago?
You are being recognized right now.
Or the free office they give you a picture?
Commissioner Stuyvesant, can we
Okay,
stay
so-
on topic, please?
Okay, so. Okay.
Okay, this is a quasi-judicial hearing
Okay.
on a site plan application.
Thank you.
And I do have other comments.
I'm desperately trying to protect your record and protect whatever decision you make this evening.
Thank you.
Please stay on topic.
Thank you.
Well, this has to be because maybe the vote of the mayor is compromised. So I want to make sure that on the record, that's not the case. City Attorney. Okay, no, I don't have my comments yet ready.
All right.
May I?
Vice-
Sorry, I have something else now.
Okay.
So, thank you very much. You proffered to monitor vibration, whether we reach an agreement or not. Will that include subsidence too? Yep, okay. For how long?
For the record, the answer was yes. I will need a moment to confer before I answer your question about for how long.
Yeah, please.
Yes, to the question from the.
All right. I'd rather us not be.
This
I'm going to say that there's going to be no yelling out. Okay.
The question that was asked was whether they would share the data.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
We will monitor, obviously, throughout the entirety of the construction process.
Okay.
Sorry,
Right.
one more thing.
Let.
This just seems like a very haphazard way of doing things.
All right. This is Commissioner Lama. Did you have another question?
Could we do a year after construction has ended? I mean, I'm trying to be very safe than sorry, to be honest with you, yes.
Okay.
So I appreciate your questions because I had similar things in my mind, but you gave me the numbers to attach to it. So as I see it, remember that this is supposed to be a very narrow conversation, right? And I feel that we're in a pick your poison situation. So either we go with what they're asking, more or less, with the adjustments that we're making, which is 145 units. The building can be just as tall. It's just going to be a matter of, it would be narrower because it would be less if we don't give the extras, right? So you can have 145 units that are not dense, or in order to make up their money, they can follow, not get any extras, and then you get 160 units with more people, just smaller. So that's a summary of the options, right? So I just wanted to put that out there because it's not and I think that's been repeated here. Everybody understands, like, turning it into a green park it's not on the table. So it's what is going to get built, and the two basic options is that what they're asking for, which has extras according to the code that we didn't make, that was made long before, or we force them to stay within the code, and we lose out as a city on that financial benefit that we would get. Plus, you get more people, more cars. That's the other side. It's smaller building, but you can get more units, more cars, and the city doesn't get the benefit of that transaction, which we would then give back to you in service. So that's the two poisons. Right? I would prefer a green park, but that's not on the table. Okay.
All right. So Commissioner Stevenson, do you have something to add?
Yeah, to easy Jerry's points. Section 5 of the resolution says, authorization of city manager. The city manager is hereby authorized to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution. Clearly, that is a very open given. So I have a few comments about that. Condition number 4 says of the declaration of restrictive covenant, the applicant must submit a declaration of restrictive covenant for vital elements like the beach access easement, park easement, and sharing park spaces. However, the resolution, like it says, states that it must be, and I'm quoting now, in recordable form acceptable to the planning and zoning department and acceptable to the city attorney. Meaning, it would not even come, the commission will not even be informed about all these vital elements. Also, condition number 12 says, it governs the demolition and construction, staging, and traffic management plan, which dictates lane closures, sidewalk closures, and construction safeguard. It is said here in the conditions that and I'm quoting, the staging plan shall be approved administratively by the city manager or designee. Again, not even informing the commission or you guys. Condition number 13 and condition number 14 regarding the consultant's comments on vehicular and site issues, the resolution states the city manager or his designee shall review and provide additional comments if necessary. Then condition number 18 says the applicant's request to install murals on the construction fence and is to be approved by the city manager or designee. Same with condition 21. The applicant is required to underground utility lines and install pavers consistent with calling an avenue sidewalk plan. Again, consistent is not even defined. Condition number 22, the city manager is given unilateral authority to hire outside consultants to review the application, quoting, as the manager shall deem reasonable necessary. Condition number 23, to pay for the aforementioned consultants, the applicant must deposit funds into an escrow account, quoting now, in an amount to be determined by the city manager based on his or her evaluation. Condition number 24. This is perhaps the most egregious one. To ensure the applicant performs the required public improvements, they must furnish a bond. However, the resolution states the bond will be, quoting, in an amount determined by the building official. Furthermore, it states, quoting, as improvements are made, the city, within its discretion, may reduce or eliminate the bond amount. So over and over, even though our city manager has been very quiet tonight, almost everything is going to be on his hands from now on. So I'm making, I'm proposing, which is going to be part of the conditions, that Section 5 gets rewritten as follows. Authorizing the city manager in mandatory reporting. The city manager is hereby authorized to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution. However, the city manager shall be strictly required to provide a comprehensive written monthly status report to the City Commission and the public, detailing any and all actions, determinations, consultant hirings, escrow amounts, adjustment, performance bond valuation, traffic staging approvals, and restrictive covenant negotiations undertaken by the administration pursuant to this resolution. No final determinations regarding performance bond, traffic staging, or restrictive covenant shall be executed without prior presentation to the City Commission on the public record, meaning that the authority is still in his hands, as our code apparently says, but at least it will be transparent. We will be informed, and the public will be informed.
With no recourse, no recourse.
Okay.
No recourse.
To get clarification, are you asking for this to be included in the approval?
When we are ready to make a motion, I'll be making a motion with conditions.
Okay, before that even happens, Mr. City Attorney, can you clarify if that's something we can do?
If you all want to, it's kind of hard to understand exactly what is being asked.
You have it in written there, so if you want to read with more
have what?
details. I gave you a copy, so you can, if you want to.
I haven't read, because we got them right before the meeting, so I haven't read them.
This is the email that you sent before the meeting?
Yeah, it was sent by the city clerk.
But it was literally before the meeting?
Yeah, like when before we've been giving things before the meeting to vote on.
But when did you write that?
I gave it to the city clerk today.
But when did you finish writing it?
Today.
Okay.
Which one are you referring to?
The one about the staff report. The memo says comment regarding the, the TDR appraisal for Miami Beach Club. So if we need a recess, we can take a recess.
Well, you all have, I'm not deciding. You all are the ones that decide if you want that language changed.
I do not.
I have no idea even what we're talking about because I haven't had an opportunity to read it.
So you need more time to read it. So we'll have a deferral.
No, we're not going to do that. You can't just give me something to read before a meeting in order to, please go ahead.
I wouldn't do anything different with this project than I've done with any of the other projects in terms of my reporting over the past 13 years.
Okay. Okay. So is everyone done? Yes. Yes? All right.
We haven't heard your comments.
Give her a chance.
Thank you. So we've been here for over 3 hours, and I want to say, first of all, thank you to everyone and their patience, and those that stayed. I know a lot of people have left.
I'll end that one.
I would love it if this many people came every commission meeting. What ends up happening is that people show up when it affects them directly. In fact, that's how I actually got involved with the city. It was a building that I opposed. I heard a lot of comments that I agree with because I felt them personally. I grew up here. I moved here actually in 1987, before the city was incorporated. And it's interesting that we have, two of our founding fathers here who were, good or bad, have been very responsible for that skyline. And so when I would come back to visit after I moved to New York, I was that person that would, sit on the balcony at Winston Towers visiting my parents and say how horrible it is what's happening to the city, and this is terrible, and there's no sun, and now there's no view from Winston Towers, and what's going to happen here, and it's just not the same place. But then I moved here. Why did I move here with my family when I was pregnant with my third child? Because it became a city that was much, much better to live in than Manhattan. Because you had everything. And with every passing year, I still do complain, to various people. I can't believe that the skyline looks the way that it does, but at the same time, I get that benefit, as we all do. When the Armani was being built, it was the same thing. So I get it. I get that it's not fun and that it's growing pains, and nobody wants to have anything next to them. I have a house in Golden Shores. Commissioner Joseph lives in Golden Shores as well. For a long time, there was only empty lots next to me, and that was great.
And we have a connection to the east side.
So one of the empty lots finally got built to the point where it has completely covered my son, and it feels like it's encroaching on my land. But it's to code. And ultimately, this isn't about what we personally want. This is about us making a decision based on our own code and what we can legally do. I like the fact that we spend so much time having this conversation. I feel very confident that the people sitting on this side, the developers, are committed to doing whatever it is that needs to be done, because after all the years that I've been sitting here, I have never seen this level of cooperation. But I think a lot of it has to do with you all, because you've been committed to also showing up and participating. I feel that this commission also cares very much about what's going to happen, but at the same time, we are bound by our code. But with that being said, I do appreciate the concessions that were made, and I think that I think Commissioner Lama's point, the city manager and the staff have heard all these comments, and they do get direction from us. So even though it's not part of the site plan, it is direction that we have given as far as what we'd like to see happen with this project. So with that, I think it's time we take a vote, because it's almost 10 o'clock.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. I need a second.
I would like to make a motion for a 2-month deferral.
Well, you want to make a motion for deferral? Okay. All right. I need a second, please. Okay. So it dies. All right. Now
I would like to make a motion with conditions.
Okay. What are your conditions that you like to make?
Their conditions are very specific. The volunteering, vibration monitoring, and subsidence by the applicant to split the promissory note in two. One for the FARs, another one for the TDRs, because they should not be combined. They're completely different type of financial agreements. And the third condition, and I think it's a very simple one, and we will add to the transparency of the process, will be to rewrite Section 5 to how I read it before, meaning that at least we are going to be informed of the different things that are going to be happening with the project. And it's going to be informed in this body. We're not going to be voting on it. So it's not that we're going to be approving the traffic plan or the demolition plan, nothing like that. But at least if we want to give the impression that we have some transparency in this body, for that to be presented whenever there is something to present. We are not asking to the city manager to give a presentation every month and say there is nothing to say. So whenever there is something to present, to keep the commission and the public informed. So those are the three conditions: the volunteering, vibration, monitoring, the split of the promissory notes, and to rewrite Section 5.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, how does that need to be clarified?
Well, with the language proposed that I'm reading here, I mean, obviously you would all have to agree, the manager would have to agree.
Sure.
It says a monthly status report. The only issue, I don't know from a logistical standpoint if it's tenable as we go through the process. The last sentence, though, does basically render you the decision makers, because it says no final determinations regarding performance bonds, traffic staging, or restrictive covenants shall be executed without prior presentation to the City Commission on public record. So in regards to all those things, we're dead in the water until it's presented to you. So essentially it delegates that authority to you, which isn't really part of your code.
Well, that's a way to interpret it, because what it says, we have a meeting every month. So what we are asking, or what I'm asking here, and I think we should approve it, is for that to be presented to us, not voted on. It's just a simple presentation, letting us know what is it about the performance bonds, staging, etc.
Please go ahead.
Just on a procedural note, and thank you for the suggestion, if that's the case, I'm not sure that belongs as a condition of our development order. That could be by separate commission action to have the reports given, because that would put us in a position where if the manager does or doesn't do something, then potentially we're in breach of a condition that's beyond our control to accommodate.
Yeah.
We welcome the reporting, we just can't be the guarantor of what happens.
Okay, so Commissioner Stuyvesant, would you be comfortable with a separate resolution that is requesting a report from the manager?
Well, actually, the thing is that it's not a condition for the applicant. It's Section 5, which is at the end, as part of the resolution, not at a condition that they have to do anything about it. This is something internal or more administrative. Like I said, like Section 5 says, usually we are authorizing the city manager to do everything necessary to make it happen. This is just adding a little bit more. And if you want to limit a little bit the scope of it, I'm okay with it. But basically what I'm requesting here is a little bit of transparency and a little bit of informing us and the public about what's going on. Not a condition for the applicant.
Right, so what if you did as a separate resolution that places the requirement on the manager? I'm comfortable with that, for the manager to give us a monthly report, but not associated to their site plan, is my point.
I don't think it's needed. I think if we can put under discussion items every month, update on project, and it's done. That's it.
Yeah. I think our building department, I mean, can give you the update. We discuss it, we get the update. I mean.
Right, but like for example, traffic staging is included in there. So if we have to wait a month to come see you for traffic staging and something needs to occur, it's going to delay their project. So then we get into issues with that. So that's why I'm saying from a logistical standpoint, I mean, we'd have to look at the code more carefully, but I think logistically it's not practical and it's going to be very difficult.
If you want to make any modifications, I'm okay with that. But I think Section 5 cannot give anything and all the powers to the city manager and to be so obscure, to what's happening. So it's a very simple to make it the condition to be not a condition for the applicant. Like I said, nothing to do with the specific conditions of the site plan. It is not even in the staff report or as a condition for the applicant. So you guys will not be burdened by this, And if you want to say that nothing in the last sentence that you said, no final determination regarding performance bond, blah, 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 will be before the presentation, I'm okay striking that last sentence. There is no problem. We can take it out. But the point here is a little bit to be a bit more transparent with the process and keep the people informed of where we are when we are there.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may.
Go ahead.
I already provide the commission with a monthly report. It's comprehensive. There's complete transparency in all that we do, including our budget. So I don't want to confuse this issue with anything that has any sort of requirement on me. This is strictly for their site plan approval. So adding that third condition, I think puts an undue burden on me, which is a separate issue from their site plan.
Okay, I see what you're saying, and I agree.
Well, she made her motion. So.
Okay, so you're making your motion?
I'm making a motion, like I said, with the condition of the transparency of Section 5, the split of the promissory note, and the volunteering that the applicant is willing to do with the vibration monitoring.
Yes, but I believe that that should go further.
So what I'm requesting from my fellow commission, is to have to be a little bit open-minded. Like I said, the promissory note has to be split because we are combining two financial documents. Section 5 can be written by the city attorney in a way that he feels comfortable, that we are doing it with the code and okay with that. And the volunteering of the vibration is already being volunteered by the applicant. So I think is the minimum we can do to give back to the people and make them feel comfortable. We were able to at least accomplish those vibrations, etc., and security measurements that the Alex wanted. So that's what I said. If you need to take a moment to breathe and consider this compromise, I would like for the commission to consider.
Right. I don't think that, wait, 1 second. I need the city attorney to clarify this because it's late. I think everyone is tired and I want to make sure we're not doing something that, first of all, that we don't understand, and second of all, we can't tie any condition to the applicant that depends on the manager. So, Mr. City Attorney, could you please give us
It's
direction?
not just tying to it, but you'd have to agree to the specific exact language to the word. You cannot leave it to me to look at the code and draft something, because if for some reason you don't agree with what I come up with, we would have to come back here and redo this, and we can't do that. So,
Okay, so here, I'm going to say on the record, Mauricio, for the next 5 meetings as my discussion item, can you put on a discussion on the update on this project? Okay.
So we're not voting on it till the 5th meeting?
No, we're voting. I'm saying I'm adding a discussion to get an update from the manager so it's not tied to their zoning.
and again, what you're talking about, this is a long way away. Performance bonds, traffic staging. I mean, the restricted covenants can probably come sooner than later, but all that's way in the future.
No, I understand. I'm saying for the purpose of transparency and so that the public knows that we don't intend to just vote and walk away, we will have a conversation, at least in some point, get an update from the manager as to where the project is.
If that is your intention, why just don't put that line, that we're going to be getting updates?
Okay, just take the vote.
All right, so you made a motion. I need a second.
Okay, first I have a question.
There's a motion on the table, Jerry.
Well, I had previously asked regarding the motion to have the motion expanded.
Your motion died.
No.
Her motion's on the table, then you can
Fabiola's-
amend it.
I would like to speak about having it amended.
You want to
prior any
amend
vote.
to her motion?
No, to amend her proposition.
Her motion. You want to amend her motion? Okay, what's your amendment?
So I would like to have further monitoring of other issues added. Not just vibration issues.
We have vibration and subsidence. What else you want?
Vibration, subsidence. I would like something regarding the adjacent structures regarding structural damage, something mentioned.
What is your request?
I would like to have some statement regarding the responsibility of the developer for any structural damage to adjacent buildings.
To be responsible for it?
Yes.
Yeah, that
They
can't
have
be
insurance for that.
That can't be a condition of the. Sorry, but that can't be a condition on the site plan approval.
Okay.
All right, so
Well,
let's vote
So
then.
how is the vibration monitoring?
They're volunteering.
They volunteered
Yeah,
it.
so I'd like them to further volunteer.
To pay for all damage to any buildings.
All right, we're gonna take a vote. I need a second to Commissioner Stubison's
Otherwise,
motion.
there's never going to be an agreement between
All right.
the residents and the developers.
We have a motion on the table. Commissioner Stuyvesant, does anyone need a second for her motion?
Get something at least. You know?
Okay, motion dies. All right,
I'd like to make a motion.
please, go ahead.
My motion is, oh, sorry about that. Okay, so my motion is for approval, but obviously how can we integrate the splitting of the promissory notes? So we have two promissory notes.
Which they agreed.
To Fabiola's
Which they've agreed
point.
to.
They agreed to that. And also the monitoring of the vibration and subsidence. And for that to be shared directly with the city and to us, if we could be copied directly on that, please. And then, yeah, how that could be included in the vote somehow. I know that they volunteered for that, but Mr. City Attorney, how can we include that in their approval?
If they're in agreement, we can put that as one of the conditions. With regards to the monitoring, presumably you would be reporting that to the city, and then we can distribute it as we want thereafter. I mean, they would only be required to provide it to the city. I presume that's what you're agreeing to. And then with the splitting the promissory notes in two, I believe they've already agreed to that. So again, we can't require them to do that, but if they're volunteering to do that, then we could include that in the conditions.
And then it would become a public record, so it would be available to anyone.
What?
Once it's shared with the city, right, that becomes a public record, and
Yeah,
anyone
anything
can
that's
see it.
provided to the city would be a public record,
Okay,
yes.
I need a second.
I will second his motion.
And I just want can we get confirmation on the record from the applicant?
Yes, we confirm that we accept the motion as presented by Commissioner Lamas based on our proffered conditions, which are the vibration monitoring to be provided to the city and to split the promissory note between the bonuses and the TDRs have two separate notes.
And the monitoring is for construction plus 1 year.
Plus 1 year after.
Yes, and I misspoke,
PCI.
vibration and subsidence monitoring. For up to 1 year, for 1 year, during construction and 1 year following completion.
All right.
Completion.
Upon the condition that they grant us access to do it.
Sure, I don't
Correct.
expect you to trespass on their land. Okay, Mauricio, let's take a vote.
I have one further question.
No, we have a vote on the table. We have a motion. Go ahead, Mauricio.
Commissioner Joseph,
I vote no.
Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
I vote yes, and I want more transparency.
Vice Mayor Viscara,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
Yes,
The application is approved 4-1.
thank you. All right, we're going to take a brief recess.
We have 7 more pages of agenda. to
I
go.
welcome everybody to stay, please.
Don't leave us.
We're only on the first item, guys.
This is when we
We got the
have,
scooters coming out.
Oh, my God.
Great job.
Thank you, yeah.
okay. Next item.
Okay, Mayor and Commissioners, we're going to hear the next item, 9A, 9B, since they relate to the zoning application.
Okay, let's do that.
So 9A is a resolution approving the purchase and assignment of transfer development rights in the amount of $120,972 and .18 square feet of floor area and 48 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank account to MBRE Investments LLC.
All right. Do we have any public speakers?
No.
Okay, we've spoken about this at
I have
length.
a question.
So, yes, go ahead with your question.
So if we vote yes on the TDRs, can the developer still come back with a modification to do the 160 units?
No.
What?
So the TDR, taking the TDRs locks them in to 140 units,
145.
145 units.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
So the site plan that was just approved establishes the number of units at 145. If they want to deviate that, like increase, it has to come back to the city commission as a major site plan modification.
Right, but they've already received the TDRs.
For 145 units.
Right. So what happens if they come back with a site plan that you now want to go to 160 units?
They have to.
What happens with the TDRs?
You have to approve it. It's a major site plan modification. They'd have to come back to the commission and we do this all over again.
Okay, can you, I need a motion.
So move.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
No.
Noted. 9B?
9B is a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a promissory note for the payment of approved bonuses and transferable development rates in the amount of $26,649,849.59 for the approved site plan application submitted by MBRE Investments LLC for the project entitled Miami Beach Club, consisting of a 62-story residential condominium tower with 524,212.8 square feet of floor area, including a 2,390 square foot private restaurant and 145 residential dwelling units.
Okay, this needs to be revised, correct?
These we'll have to bring this back because we'll have to agree on the language of the promissory notes. So based on the concession made or the conditional approval with
Okay,
the
so
site
we'll
plan, we'll have to bring
we'll
this
bring
back.
that for next month.
We need to defer or?
It's a resolution. Yeah, you could defer it. It's a resolution, so it's not advertised. So it's not like you have to do it to a date specific. But we'll need to work on the terms of this.
Okay,
promissory
Mr. City Clerk, do we need a deferment?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Motion to
and
defer.
If I may, before the vote,
Uh-huh.
Madam Mayor, because the total amount doesn't change and the concept of a promissory note doesn't change, would it be possible to amend the resolution to identify that this payment will be made in the form of 2 promissory notes for the same purpose as described in the header of the resolution?
Can we do that, Alan?
Well, the code actually requires you to accept the terms of the actual promissory note, which you don't have at this point because they're going to be split.
The terms are the same? Just
Well, I don't know that because I haven't seen the promissory notes that are going to be split. And
it's a city standard form, is my understanding.
which has been asked to be split. So the way you all are supposed to approve the promissory notes themselves in your code, which you technically don't have at this point.
Okay, what is the concern?
It's just coming back another month. But also, I mean, we could probably draft something this evening, and if we want to hear it at the end of the agenda.
I would not feel comfortable advising my client on the fly on 2 new promissory notes.
We want you to stay comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's late. This is when mistakes could happen. We don't want a mistake.
Okay.
We'll try to get them to you well in advance and perhaps.
I don't want to add an extra 0 by accident.
We'll wait till Monday to send them to you, though, so you can rest tomorrow.
Okay.
So we'll make a motion to defer, okay?
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, now we're back to 6B.
So 6B is an ordinance, 5B. 5B is a request from Desert Bluegrass for a conditional use approval, variance and site plan approval for a temporary off-site sales center located at 18325 Collins Avenue.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. This is zoning application PZ 2025-15 for the Miami Beach Club Sales Center. The applicant is the owner of the property, Desert Bluegrass LLC, and the subject property is located at 18325 Collins Avenue. It is a rectangular lot located on the east side of Collins Avenue, and it is currently developed with the Bentley Sales Center on the southern portion of the lot, and the remaining portion of the Bluegrass Motel condo on the northern portion of the lot. And that's what you can see on the aerial image on the screen. The future land use category for the property is mixed-use high-density resort, and the zoning district is mixed-use resort. The application before you includes several requests. The first request is a conditional use approval for an off-site temporary sales center. Because the sales center itself is not located on the actual development site, the code determines that this needs to be approved by conditional use, which has to come before the commission. Staff found that the application was consistent with the conditional use criteria of the code and recommends it to be considered by the City Commission. The second request is a setback variance to reduce the north side yard setback from 20 feet to 11 feet. The land development regulations require variances to be reviewed against 7 distinct criteria. And it also states that the variance must meet all 7 criteria in order to be supported by the code. So staff reviewed the setback variance against the code and found that it meets most of these criteria, but not all. In particular, the proposed structure is temporary and it is significantly smaller in size than what is permitted on the property. And that is a special exception, a special circumstance to this project that's not applicable to other structures in the district. That being said, literal interpretation of the setback requirements would not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties. The third request is for site plan approval of the 1-story temporary sales center with 4,480 square feet of floor area. And finally, the applicant requests the use of graphics and murals on the temporary construction fence. Here's the proposed site plan. I'm going to allow the applicant's team to go through more renderings and walk you through the site plan, but I just want to point out that what is in yellow is the proposed sales center and what is blue is the existing Bentley sales center. Okay. Should the requested conditional use and variances be approved by the commission, then staff finds that the proposed sales center to be consistent with the land development regulations and recommends that it be considered by the City Commission along with the conditions outlined in the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, Wes Hevia, 3800 Northeast First Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33135. Here on behalf of Desert Bluegrass, we're pleased to present the sales center application for the Miami Beach Club, which is the previous item that was just reviewed by this commission. Our entire team remains present here today, so if you have any questions beyond my presentation, we can make folks available to respond. If I could get the presentation up. So as mentioned by Amy, this location is several blocks south of where the actual Miami Beach Club tower will be. It is immediately north of the existing Bentley Sales Center, and it is just south of the Bluegrass Condo Hotel. And this was provided to the clerk by email, but I wanted to hand out a hard copy as well. We have a letter of support from the condominium board, what remains of the Bluegrass to the north, and I'd like to enter it into the record. Sahara, my apologies, Sahara to the north. So again, as Amy mentioned, just to the south of the subject property is the existing Bentley Sales Center, and you'll see on your screen the current conditions of the Sahara to the north, which is the subject property and would be demolished to make way for this proposed sales center.
Bluegrass.
Bluegrass, thank you.
Okay.
Bluegrass, correct.
Okay.
And so the requests, as Amy laid out, are several parts as required by code: a conditional use, a site plan approval, temporary construction fence graphics, and then a minor variance along the northern portion of the sales center, which I'll get into in just a moment. But it's about the current required setback is 20 feet, whereas we're proposing a 14-foot building setback, and if you count the roof overhang, it's an 11-foot request. So you saw this image on the screen previously in staff's presentation. One thing I wanted to note is the nice thing about having unified ownership between the existing Bentley Sales Center and the proposed Sales Center to the north is the fact that we can actually create a nice internal connection via an internal roadway, which allows enhanced maneuverability and additional flexibility, some nice connectivity that would otherwise be unavailable if they were separate owners. So just to discuss the variance request very briefly, again, it's along this sort of slender portion of a modest sized sales center building where the current setback requirement is 20 feet, which was really designed, as you know, for large towers. This is a modest sales center building, which is 1 story. So it is a minor request, which we believe is appropriate in the context. It'll help fit the proper programming for this building, this sales center, which is modern, top class, and really includes some of the features that we prefer to program in here and need to program in here, which I'll get into in just a moment.
May I ask a question really quick?
Sure.
That's not a beach access.
No, this would be a private,
Okay.
establishment. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no current beach access. Yeah.
Correct. And I'll mention again, this building is quite a ways, just to go back just a moment, this building is quite a ways set into the property. It's lushly landscaped. So it's tucked away. You won't even really necessarily be able to see much of the building from the street, which is an improvement over what's there. You'll be looking at landscaping for the most part. And then, of course, the building size is rather small. So floor plan. So, you're all familiar with what a sales center is. This one in particular will be designed around a main entryway, which will lead to several activated areas, including a model of the proposed building and a media, an interactive media area for visualization and other ways of looking at what's proposed. And then there'll be other areas throughout, such as conference rooms and similar, but also samples of what the units and components of the units will look, feel, function like. And again, it'll be a concierge size type experience where you arrive, by appointment, and you're ushered through, to the various areas and to have the various discussions, interactions you need to assess the project. Elevations. I'm breezing through this out of respect for everyone's time, but elevations, again, 1-story, modern design, top quality finishes. Again, our architecture team is here if you have any questions. More elevations, and just a summary of everything that Amy and I just went through in terms of the technical requests. We agree to all all the conditions requested by staff, and we would respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers?
We do. Alan Call.
Okay. Your name and address, Alan. For the
Alan
record.
Call, 18335 Collins Avenue, Unit 158 and 159, Sahara Beach Club. They've always been good neighbors to us. They have the Bentley sales office there, and I anticipate no problem or any problems with them. There's a fence divided there, and if they can put up with the temporary hotel guests that sometimes we have in the complex, we take no exception.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, ma'am. Yes. I'd be yes. Victor Matos. No, we don't need to be sworn.
Yeah, thank you.
Even better.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Victor Matos. My address is 119 Southwest 6th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33130. I represent Trump Royale Condominium as a general manager. Once this notice went up, my emails and phone didn't stop ringing because the property is directly adjacent to us. And even though we love desert developments, we know that we want to make sure that the property itself, once it's being developed, has meets all of the criteria to prevent dust, all of any vibrations or anything that could be affecting us directly. Also, our residents are very concerned about the building of the cell center and the use of it, because we know that the developer has been very extravagant with parties and what have not. So we want to make sure that our residents are not inconvenienced. That's it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay. Anybody from the commission has a question or comment? All right, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Mayor, just for the record, you're voting on 3 different resolutions. There's one for the site plan, one for the variance, and the
We're
conditional
voting
use.
separately for each?
You should.
Okay.
One second.
Do I need a separate motion for each, or can it have one motion? Okay. While you're getting that, I just want to address the parties. When any parties, and correct me, Susan, if I'm wrong, that are had on the beach, they require a permit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what do we normally do with the neighbors? Are they made aware of it? How does that work?
It depends on the extent of the party, if there's fireworks or something like that, yes, but typically, no, there's no required notice to neighbors.
Okay. Since we're all negotiating, would you all be willing to just let them know if you're going to be having fireworks? Thank you.
Remember, we're to the south of Bentley.
No.
It's closer to the Royale.
No, they're at the Trump. Or just invite them.
We're north of Bentley, the Bentley Sales Center. Bentley Sales Center is.
Right, on the other side. That's just true.
Okay, so the first motion would be for the site plan application submitted by Desert Bluegrass for a temporary sales center consisting of a one-story building with 4,480 square feet of floor area ratio.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next item.
The next motion is for the variance submitted by Desert Bluegrass to reduce the north side setback from 20 feet to 11 feet.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
No on the variance.
There'll be a no? Okay. Third motion?
And the final motion is the zoning application for a conditional use.
Need a motion, please?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, next item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Imagine the pressure this guy had.
I know.
Everybody watched him on
He
the
went
sales
after
there.
all of you.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Look, they get to go home. Everybody goes home.
Okay, all right, Mauricio, next item, because, come
So
on.
we're now in ordinances for first reading.
A lot of people for the scooters.
6A is an ordinance amending Chapter 256.
All right, everyone. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, 6A is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 256, Article 6, entitled Motorized Scooters, Coasters, Skateboards, and Other Similar Wheeled Devices, Section 256-47, entitled Requirements and Restrictions, Section 256-48, entitled Penalties and Enforcement, and 256-49, entitled Effective Date of Enforcement of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, establishing an age restriction for the operation of motorized scooters, requiring government-issued photographic identification for the operation of motorized scooters, and enhancing penalties and enforcement, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. We have code compliance manager coming to present this, or the
No.
city manager?
Yes, it's going to be me.
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, in consideration always of transparency, the main thing I want to tell you about this ordinance is, and this is based on your direction, people under the age of 16 are not going to be allowed to ride electric scooters. So if this passes, this means that when school starts, there's going to be, obviously we're going to do our education and enforcement like we've been doing, but I just want to make you all aware, if this passes, when school starts, the children are heading to school on the scooters, we're going to be out there doing our enforcement. But this is based on results of the survey and based on the workshops and the meetings we've had. So based on that, we can answer any further questions, but I wanted you to know that up front.
All right, let me just start first with,
Can
no, I want, if we have any public comment, and then we'll start.
Okay.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Stephen Hirsch.
Stephen Hirsch, 17201 Collins. Long evening. I'll try to make this really short. And The city manager kind of already stole my thunder in the sense that the legislature allowed us to do with minimum age requirements for scooters last year, and this ordinance presents that. I look off my balcony and I see children going to school, coming from school routinely, quite a few, a lot. So I present my thought to the commission for consideration that there be an exception allowing students of the Norman S. Edelcup K-8 school to utilize motorized scooters solely to going to school and coming home, returning after school. It's a finite number of students that would be allowed this privilege. Parents would that rely on that as a mode of transportation. It's easy to say, well, they can just walk to school, but some of the children are at a greater distance than most parents at a tender age would want their children to walk. At least on a scooter, you're moving a little quicker, less chance of something happening.
Really?
I don't know about that. Scooters, this would be given as a privilege, not a right to these children. It could be coordinated appropriately. And the second comment I have of the proposed ordinance is it removes any type of a warning, and it immediately assesses a fine of $250, no less than $250, no more than $500. And the problem I see with that, as I've seen in other locations, especially you hear this when we implement red light cameras and other types of camera devices, people are going to say this is just a revenue driver if we are immediately giving a violation as opposed to a warning. As I said, it would be easy to determine who the scooter driver is. And it could be a first warning that would be in the database that's used by the city so that the second time an enforcement officer would know that this should be cited or fined. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers?
Tiger, but I believe he left.
You left? Okay. All right, public comments closed. Commissioner Joseph?
Yes, so I believe that if we were to pass this ordinance tonight, second reading in March, 30 days education, that brings us to May. We still have a month during the regular school year, or half a month. When does school end?
At the end of May.
End of May. So we have a full month to have the scooters off the streets. As 70% of our residents wanted, we have to adhere to our surveys where we have 70% of our residents want to feel safer on the sidewalks, and taking the scooters out of the K-8 will do that, I believe.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I know that there's been a lot of frustration around this issue for a long time. And I think that we've been very proactive within what we were allowed to do. People just wanted us to tackle it right away, but the laws didn't allow it. And then when the laws changed, so we've been doing what we can do as the laws allow us. I think I was disappointed that when we tried the registration that the school didn't really cooperate with us. But I'm hoping that the school will help us spread the message once they can, because it's going to affect their students once they're no longer allowed. As I mentioned in the workshop, I think we should time this. I guess we can use discretion in terms of enforcement, that we should time this with the end of the school year, because it's, as if you're a parent, I wouldn't be putting a 9-year-old on the scooter. I disagree that, the tender age, it's better on the scooter than the walking. I think tender age means you need to be making plans to get your kid to school in a supervised manner. But right now, I think we need to time it with the school year. For those who are upset that this is going to be taken away, I think they need to understand that, like, the students have been the problem, and the students haven't, not all of them, but enough of them, that we needed to take this action. And since we're going to be requiring ID, I asked at the workshop that we see if we can get like the mini flow back, like during the summer, and like get the word out for the teenagers so they can get that ID, because it doesn't matter if you're 17 or 18. If you don't have ID on you, then you're in violation of that ordinance, right? Well, actually, I guess it wouldn't apply. Yeah, it would.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if you're relying on a scooter to get your kid to school, that doesn't mean they're without options, okay? They can ride a bicycle, they can ride a scooter without a little engine. It's not that you're out of options, and yes, you can walk. So that's it. I think, I don't know if we implement the grace period or whatever, but I think we should time it with the school year, and we'll have the summer to do the education and everything else.
Okay. Commissioner Lama, any comments?
Yeah, so I think this is a first step in the right direction, hopefully. I think the enforcement portion is going to be a challenge, but it's got to go hand in hand. There's got to be consequences, obviously, for the offenders, but there's got to be education as well. I do think that the first violation, the first offense should be a warning, okay? And that's it. You get one warning, and after that, you know, you do have a fine. I agree with the amount of the fines. The first fine, $250, it's okay, and then $500, because it's got to be impactful where we really are able to make our streets safe. We don't want any tragic accidents. And we just need to work on the timing of this. I think there's got to be an education portion, and I would like to start it once the school year starts, but I mean, we're still in February, so I don't want to wait that long, because a lot could happen from now until, when do they go back? In August, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's discuss the timing of it, but I would like to, you know, start before.
Okay. Commissioner Stuyvesant?
I just want to make sure that the motorized scooters is going to be all those kind of vehicles like little motorcycles, etc., are being part of this in the definition, right?
Not for the restrictions you're imposing now. That's only for motorized scooters. The only other thing that the legislature has done is allowed you to do those same type of restrictions for e-bikes. And again, I think we spoke at the workshop last time, e-bikes are distinct. They have pedals, they have a motor, but that does not include the type of bikes like the electric dirt bikes. It doesn't include those. But those are the only two types of motorized micro-mobility vehicles that the legislature is allowing local governments to regulate in the sense of age and ID.
So we are regulating everything that we can, basically.
Yeah, we haven't done e-bikes yet. We haven't touched e-bikes. This is strictly for motorized scooters.
Okay, so those little motorcycles are not being part of this, and we cannot.
Not the age and it depends on if it's the little motorcycles. If depending on the size of the engine and so on and so forth, they may be regulated under state statute differently. It depends on the CCs and everything else. But yeah, this is strictly for motorized scooters.
I'm totally fine with this and for this, but can we do the research to maybe put this to include those little motorcycles and all of that, because they go very fast and they're having more and more, and they're very little. I see 8 years old on those.
Yeah, the little motorcycles, I believe, based on, and again, depending, they may be regulated by state law.
Yes, Julio Dallico, Complaints Manager. I just wanted to add that there is a bill that's being passed right now that actually involves the e-bikes, So we may want to wait, obviously, until that passes to see, because they are trying to regulate it further, because that has been an issue
Correct.
that they've perceived in other municipalities.
Okay, thank you. No, like I said, I'm totally fine with the way it is right now, and just to keep that in mind and monitor that those regulations that they are doing in Tallahassee. So later on, we can either expand the ordinance or, make a different one, etc. Because, like I said, my son is 7 years old. Peers of him had those little motorcycles with a big helmet and everything. It's just extremely scary how a parent will do that. I see them almost every day during the soccer trainings over there. So I'm just saying it is scary. So we need to try to protect our little ones. So, and about the government issue ID, I only have a question about that. Can it be our residence ID?
No, it has to have picture, date, birth date on it, which you don't have on your.
Can we change it to be able to put the picture and all of that? So in case that some people maybe don't have the requirements to, because of legal status or whatever, to get a government issue ID with the this DMV, we can do it, or at least consider something like that?
I mean, I defer to the manager, but it's a tough business to get into, to start issuing, because you have to, you do it slightly with your youth programs now. We have to have birth certificates, proof of age, things of that sort. So it's a tedious process to issue those. And then also, haven't looked at it lately, but you want something like that's issued with Florida that's not only tamper-proof, but you can't copy and make fakes and stuff. So I'm not saying no, legally you probably can, but I would defer to the city manager about that, because that's a big business to get into.
Maybe for next month, if we just can consider, I'm okay with the, completely okay with taking the one with the DMV, but just to keep in mind that some people might not be able to get it. So if they come to us, maybe we can do some sort of exception with them, okay?
I think our ID requirements are probably even tougher than the state ones.
But not when it comes to immigration. That's the thing.
No, I think anyone can get a state ID. You just can't get a driver's license.
Right.
Despite,
just to consider that.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it comes to the accommodations with the timing, I'm okay with everything. I would not make any modification to the ordinance. However, to what we were discussing before, as a mom as well, when you have certain accommodation that you are used to, that they come either walking or on the bicycle or whatever, to make that different accommodation within the last month of school is not that easy for certain people. So I know we are going to be in that period of education, so if we can just, make it a little bit longer and be a little bit more on the education portion of it until the end of the school year, that way they know it's up to here that you can do it, and that's it, and, and take it from there. So they know from May to August that by August, it does give you the time to do the accommodations.
So, Sorry, may I say something?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, regarding the timing, so I know that it's written that we're going to implement this 30 days after the second reading, right? Maybe I misunderstood Vice Mayor Vizcarra. I thought you said that you wanted to implement this when the school year starts again in August.
No, I just want what Fabiola just said. Like if I had an 8-year-old, I would never let my 8-year-old ride a scooter, okay, by himself.
Correct, okay.
But let's say that I did, and that's just how my life works, and I have it set up that way. And now all of a sudden I can't. And what am I going to do? Right? I may not have the resources, like I put myself in that single mom situation, and I would be in trouble, right? How am I going to get my kid to school if I have to go to work or whatever? So that's why I think if we can, however you guys want to handle it, but if we can just make it so that we really have until the end of the school year, like with May, whatever, we're talking, this is April, we're saying stretch it to May, let kids,
To the end of May.
give families a chance to make those adjustments, and then we have the whole summer to, educate, hopefully the school will get on board with this one. I really was very upset with them, I still am upset with them about that. And, educate them and do all, everything else, and parents can then go buy a normal bike or, whatever.
Okay.
So maybe instead of 30 days, to give 60 days?
60 days.
And so to give a 60-day time for the education portion before we start giving the fines?
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a very
Wait.
intensive campaign.
Yeah, we can put that in there, and also, you can also always, we could put 60 days in the ordinance, but you can, if you need an extra, you don't need to start, right, that's to your discretion, so you can always push it further if for some reason something comes up without
Okay.
going back and changing the ordinance, so.
So are you saying that a 8-year-old is safer riding a scooter going through red lights than walking?
What? No
No.
one said that. Okay. No one said that.
Oh, it sounded like that.
No, that's not what I
said
said
that.
at all. I said exactly the
No.
opposite of that.
No. Yeah, I think that this is going to be very tough for our community, but I think I forgot who said this, but it's because of the behavior that we've had to do this. And I would love it, Steve, if we didn't, because I agree with you. So many students use it to get to school, and I'm not going to make any commentary on what people decide to do for their kids. Everyone has the right to raise their kids however they want to, but once that oversteps into the safety of others, that's where we unfortunately have to get involved. I think we should not be in the business of telling people how to parent their kids, but we have to make sure people are safe. So it's going to be tough, but I think we have to do it. So, all right, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
With the 60 days,
Second.
or we're
With
going to
the-
leave it to enforcement?
60
Okay,
days.
with the 60 days.
Well, I don't even know if we need it, so. Okay.
Okay.
Do we
So we're
need to
planning-
amend it?
So we're planning for everything to take effect when the new year.
Throughout
first
the
school
summer,
year
and then new
Including
school
the
year,
summer
it's
starts.
no good. No, yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So it'll all be in effect. The education will be,
We'll have the whole
Passed.
summer to do all of that, and the first day
Yes.
of school, there will be no scooters
right,
going to school because those kids are not 16,
right.
okay? And if the parents are the ones driving, that also doesn't apply, if they have a kid with them, right? Because we can't have two per thing. So, okay, so motion with the 60-day amendment.
Yes,
All right.
and I'll second it.
Okay.
Mauricio?
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Viscara,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Mayor Svechen.
Yes.
The ordinances passes on first reading 5-0.
Okay, next item, please.
Next item is 6B, which is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Miami-Dade, Florida, amending Chapter 265, Article 5, Section 265-11, entitled Procedures of General Applicability, and Section 265-18, entitled Administrative Site Plan Review of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Sunny Isles Beach to clarify, update, and streamline development application procedures, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for transmittal to the State Planning Agency, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Amy?
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This ordinance amends Article 5 of the Land Development Regulations, which is entitled Development Review Procedures, and this ordinance accomplishes two things. First, it removes the requirement for applicants to submit physical documents and therefore allows us to transition to a fully digital process. This will improve efficiency, it's more convenient for our customers, and provides better record management. The second is that it reiterates something that is currently implied by the code, but it's not expressly stated, which is that development projects must maintain all elements of an approved site plan and the conditions of approval in perpetuity unless a site plan modification is approved. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Stephen Hirsch.
Stephen Hirsch, 17201 Collins, real quick. Just anytime I see something that reduces paper reduction acts and makes things and saves money and digitizes, it deserves some acknowledgement. And I appreciate Amy for her doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, are there any questions?
No.
I'll take a motion, please.
Motion.
Second.
Mauricio?
Vice Mayor Viscara,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Syverson,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin. The ordinance passes on first reading. It will also be referred to the local planning agency prior to final approval.
Okay, next item.
Actually, just a correction on that, that actually doesn't need to go to the state planning agency. So that was just.
We'll correct the title before second reading.
Okay.
But it will go to the local planning agency
Yes.
next month, not the state, yes, okay.
6C is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, repealing Article 3 in Chapter 108 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Sunny Isles Beach entitled Sea Turtle Protection Standards, and creating a new Article 3 in Chapter 108 entitled Sea Turtle Protection Standards, to establish updated regulations and standards for coastal and beach artificial lighting, providing for severability, providing for repealer, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for an effective date.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This ordinance proposes to repeal the city's existing sea turtle protection standards in Article 3 of Chapter 108 and replace it with an ordinance that follows and was drafted from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, or FWC's, model ordinance. The FWC is required by statute to establish guidelines that help local governments reduce the impact of artificial lighting, and they have created the model ordinance for reference. However, it is up to each individual jurisdiction, whether it's the municipality or the counties, to adopt and enforce their own ordinances. The FWC has 3 main guidelines for light visible from the beach, which is keep it low, keep it long, and keep it shielded. This means that fixtures need to be as low as possible to the ground and produce the lowest wattage or lumens necessary, that the light bulbs produce only long wavelength light, and that is what creates that amber color that we're familiar with during the sea turtles nesting season. And finally, keep the point source of the light shielded and facing downward. Our current ordinance addresses some but not all of these guidelines. Primarily, the current ordinance does not require the long wavelength color. So we have taken the FWC model ordinance and modified it for our community's needs. The ordinance addresses various types of exterior and interior lighting. I'm not going to go through all of them right now, but I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Enforcement is going to be split into a few different categories. All new construction at time of adoption of this ordinance will need to be in compliance. For existing developments with light visible from the beach, there is a 3-year grace period for exterior lighting to come into compliance, as well as the interior of commercial businesses and the amenity or common areas of buildings. The interior lighting for individual condo units and hotel guest rooms is encouraged. They are encouraged to reduce or eliminate the visibility of lighting from the beach at nighttime, but they will not be subject to full compliance of the ordinance. Strengthening this ordinance is just one tool to help decrease the number of sea turtle hatchling disorientation events. So thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Wait, 1 second. Do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am, not for this one.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So when you say disorientation, is that they end up dying?
They go to the other side.
No. Hold on.
A disorientation event is when the hatchlings don't go towards the ocean, they go
Right.
in the opposite direction.
Okay. And do they turn around eventually?
I can't answer that. Sometimes they're found and rehabilitated, sometimes they die. It's just a disorientation event.
Okay. Well, I have, let's see, in total nests in 2025 in Sunny Isles, we had 89 nests and 34 disorientations. What is meant by a disorientation? We don't have people standing out on the beach waiting to turn these turtles around. So what happens?
Every morning they go out and they check the nests.
Yeah, the Miami-Dade Sea Turtle Conservancy, every single morning during sea turtle nesting season, go out and they count the number of nests and they document any disorientation events that they notice.
Right.
So they can determine a disorientation event by the tracks that are made by the hatchlings. And so if they're going away from the beach towards, the west side, and they're kind of making these crazy track marks, that's called a disorientation.
So they're out there every morning, so they find them and they turn them around.
If they can find them, it's not necessarily that they can be found.
Oh, okay. So this is not a complete, it's not enough information. Because of the lighting the way it currently is, that's the reason for the disorientations, correct? Or there are always disorientations, whether there's no lighting issue?
Disorientation can happen for different reasons. Artificial lighting is something that worsens disorientation events.
Right.
So like
but
I
it's
said,
not the main cause?
This is one tool that we can use to help decrease the number of disorientation events.
I understand. But to what degree is the lighting a reason for the disorientation?
I couldn't answer that, I'm sorry.
Well, we need to answer that because we're putting a lot of money into
If I may
the
add,
lighting issue.
It's known as one of the primary causes of disorientations because the turtles are oriented by the light of the moon.
Correct.
And that's how they're able to know which way to go. But as far as the extent and the specifics to that, that would be a question for the Conservancy.
Okay. So we need to have that
Mayor?
answer before we go and cause all this money to be expended.
Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
I just wanted to add, Commissioner Joseph, because this came up during our workshop, and I wanted you to be aware that the implementation of this ordinance would also affect city property, thereby affecting our budget, so that we're going to have to adjust our lighting, the lighting along Collins, and it may also include, if we can't retrofit the existing light poles, it may cause us to have to install some sort of new light pole with an accompanying easement agreement.
Right.
So there are budgetary considerations.
No,
for
I
this
have
as
that
well.
all here. That's what I'm reading from.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, this could be at least $1 million or more. Plus, we're
less.
not considering the buildings on the beach. We're talking about causing these people to have to get shades. So, $600 for each window that we're causing these people, to have code enforcement go after them otherwise. I think we need to understand this disorientation better.
It's encouraged, not forced. For the, yeah.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yeah, I'm totally in favor of this. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm in favor.
I'm somewhat aligned with Commissioner Joseph because I am concerned about the cost. I love the turtles, I love the environment, but when it hits our budget, I did not know that we would have to be changing so many of our fixtures, and that concerns me. But also where we have the empty lots, right? What do we do there?
Yeah, so, there was a property across the street that was in violation, then, that property across the street, whether it's
No, but that's
a
us.
business
We're the
or-
property.
Yeah, I mean, we may have to adjust some lighting as well in our buildings. Just wanted to clarify that completely be, like the city manager mentioned, be an impact to the city's budget.
Seems like a real slippery slope.
There are available grants through the Department of Transportation and FWC and through the Conservancy, where they have helped some municipalities with some of the costs and changing the lighting fixtures. And we received an email today also mentioning that there's also the potential of, alternate means of compliance, perhaps shielding and things that we may not need to completely retrofit some of our lighting. Again, those are just potential options. That doesn't mean that those are actual options for us at this time, and that it wouldn't be a major impact in the budget.
Are we able to, Mr. City Manager, are we able to apply for grants without doing this?
The issue for the grants is, I'm always concerned about grants because of the conditions that go with the grants.
Right.
So we can certainly research it and look into it and report back to you.
I'm just concerned that once it becomes an ordinance, we've now created a must-do for us that we're not exactly sure how much of an impact that's going to have.
I think this needs to be deferred.
We can always undo an ordinance also.
I know we can undo, but Commissioner Lama?
I don't think this is something that needs to be rushed.
Let Commissioner Lama speak.
Yeah, I think we could wait on this. I'd like to study it more, because obviously it is an expense. I mean, you're talking about, you know, $600 per window. You know, if you put the covering, if you put a new light bulb, it's, I think it was either, I don't have it in front of me, $150 to $300 per light. So I think it requires further discussion.
My concern is also the safety, because right now, we already, at least I am have been asked to make it brighter, and beach access in those places, and so this would actually make it dimmer.
So my question is, because I mean, this is something new, I'm not an expert at this, but how much of a difference would this make from the current code that we adopted in 2009? Obviously, there's a current code right now to protect sea turtles and the nesting and everything. So is this going to make it a lot better? I mean, maybe we should talk to someone from the Conservancy.
I put them in contact last year with Mauricio, and we are very low rated. Like, we are bad compared to what we are doing legally to protect the sea turtles. I don't know if all this came from that connection, but we are rated really, really low. So I can share through Mauricio, what they gave to us and the language that they recommend. But the reality is that is the issue, you know, like when they hatch, they look for the white light of the moon. Mm-hmm. And when you have the white light on the west side, they will go there, especially if it's a dark night, moon-wise, you know. So we're killing the turtles, you know, and this is their land. So I don't think this is a no-brainer for me. You know, anything we can do to protect them, clearly we can afford it, you know. So it's just, again, we spend so much money in things that they are so unnecessary. We don't even know what is going to be the price tag of this, you know. It can be very small. It can be bigger. It's going to be an investment for the future. So I don't even think this was going to be such a big discussion about it, you know. Again, it's just a no-brainer.
All right, so I'll take a motion.
I make a motion.
Okay, I need a second.
I would like to
I'll second.
make a motion to defer.
We have a second. Mauricio?
We could take a roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
So we
Commissioner,
can't make a motion to defer for more information?
Let's vote on this, and then if you want to defer.
Commissioner Joseph,
No.
Commissioner Lamo,
No.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vizcarra,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
No.
The motion fails 2-3.
You can bring it back if you want to. Okay.
Well,
All
I'd
right,
like
next
more
item.
information, like I
Yeah,
said. I
no,
know
but
it's
you can
important,
bring
but
it
I'd like
back
to have more
next
information.
month. Next item?
Next item is 8A, which is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, amending ordinance number 2025-635, approving budget amendment number BA 2526-01 to the city's operating and capital improvement budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, authorizing the city manager to do all things necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for an effective date.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the second reading of our budget amendment that helps record fund balance and purchase order carryovers from prior years.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am, not for this one.
All right. I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to make a request. I know this is not usual, but it's a really late night. Can we move up their item?
Which is?
I don't even know.
What's your item?
It is item 9S.
9S. Can we move up 9S?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Any objection to moving up 9S? All right. Mauricio?
What is 9S?
Okay, 9S
Anyone that was going to speak on 9S, please fill out a public speaking card.
Okay.
No, I'm saying anyone else. Yes. Go ahead.
9S is a resolution directing the city manager to assist the Atlantic Isle Civic Association in developing a right-of-way agreement and any related agreements necessary to permit the installation of a vehicular gate armed security system at the entrance of the Atlantic Isle neighborhood, subject to commission approval.
All right, just hold on, Dan. Just let the manager. Go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, we discussed this at the workshop, but the interest of the homes along Atlantic Isle is to install a gate arm. And although they have agreed to pay for the cost of electricity, it would also be on private property because the gate arm would extend into our right-of-way. I'd like to get permission from you to have some discussions with them and enter into some sort of an agreement that would clarify insurance and liability.
Okay. All right, public speakers.
Danny Iglesias.
If you all want to come up together, it's fine.
But you have to hold hands.
Hey, we've sat through this.
So yeah.
Danny Iglesias, 270 Atlantic Avenue. Okay, this is an easy one. You had a long night. Here's one we're bringing up. Oh, it's not going to cost the city anything. Right now, if you go to our Atlantic Isle, Little Island, you see there's a lot of people making a right turn to go in. They're speeding. They're going over. When you want to leave the island, we want to make the light. So, and I'm one of the ones that does it too. We go speeding a little bit farther so we can make the light. The idea of the pause gate is to prohibit for safety, to make you physically slow down. Even though when you approach it, it's going to open anyway. You see that there's a barrier. We cleared it through DOT. I know some people there. And the other thing is that we will be paying for it. So it's safety for the welfare of the area. In addition to, we also think that it'll be twofold because of the fact that we've had some robberies in the area. As you know, we've had cars stolen. And even though if anybody's going to steal a car, they're going to steal it no matter what you put. We all know that. It's still a physical barrier like, hey, we have a camera looking at you, you know, it'll give the guy maybe a second thought, maybe I can go someplace else, like your neighborhood or something, you know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now,
Are you buying the gate? Are you getting a price
anyway,
for
guys,
50
just
of
kidding.
them?
It's been a long night,
Okay.
but that's what we
Thank
are.
you.
And we even though now I know that the city has a lot of money, we're still going to pay for ourselves.
Okay. Did you want to add anything?
Buy 50 of them, Dan.
No.
Huh?
Buy 50 of them because people are going to be crashing into
50,
them.
don't worry about it. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Could you just give your name and your address for the record?
Elchanan Popak, 307 Atlantic Isle. If you have any technical questions about what this is, I have the plans that we're proposing, and they are actually breakaway arms for safety. Okay. And in case of an emergency, they just go to an open position automatically. Right. Not emergency, in case of a power failure, they go open, they have a battery in them, and that's it. And they're very easily replaceable, and so they're meant to be, to be hit if that happens. And all the residents can have very easy manual, if there's some sort of total failure, it's a very easy thing to fix and to just put it up manually if there's ever an issue. So that's never. I would like to mention that we have a letter from the Florida Department of Transportation saying that they don't have any issues with it. We have all the conditions of approval from the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, and they gave all their conditions of approval. We met with the chiefs at their construction division, and they gave us all the conditions we need, the Knox box and the various concerns that they had, and pretty much seems like people in the city are very for it, and makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you. That was 2 of you in 3 minutes. All right. Any comments from the commission?
Just if you guys can share that the plans and keep us informed about the status of the project, because we have like very, very little information. But just keep us informed and share that with us so we can have it. Okay?
Sure. We'll send it to everyone. In fact, I believe Susan has the plan.
Because I'm your neighbor. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for that. I will make the motion. Yeah.
What's happening with the bridge reconstruction?
So we just need I need a second.
Mayor?
Second.
Yes.
If I may, just to clarify, the agreement that we're going to enter with them is going to come back to you for
Sure.
approval as
I
well.
understand. All right, all in favor?
Yes. Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
sticking
Good
out.
night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
to stay for the rest?
Sure, right now. All right. Thank you.
I'm on this side now.
Thank you. All right, now we go back to 9D, right?
We are at 8B.
8?
Yes.
No, we're at 9. 8B. I thought we were at resolution.
So
Oh, 'cause we-
8B is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Section 14-18, entitled Settlement Procedures, to amend and clarify procedures for the reduction of fines, liens, and penalties, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the second reading regarding a revision to our Chapter 14 for settlement procedures for code violations.
All right, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Stephen Hirsch.
Stephen Hirsch, 17201 Collins, just real quick. This adds to what originally was done in September when we allowed the city manager to give an extension of time to cure a violation. And now this gives him the proper language to first extenuating circumstances and be used only in rare occasions. I think that's for the benefit of all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Mauricio?
Commissioner Stuyvesant.
Stepped out.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Viscaro.
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Lama.
Yes.
Mayor Svetchin.
Yes.
The ordinance passes 4-0.
All right. Now to resolutions.
Okay. 9C is a resolution of the city, is a resolution authorizing the chief of police to purchase 2 vehicles, vehicle-related equipment, and 2 laptops with law enforcement-related software and a mental health performance coaching subscription.
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this allows for the expenditure of forfeiture funds to purchase 2 vehicles and vehicle-related equipment, 2 laptops, and some mental health performance coaching for our police department.
Okay. Do we need public speakers?
No, ma'am.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? I'll take a motion then.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next
I'd
item.
like to bring up that remote voting again.
9D is a resolution approving a software as a service agreement with Sharp Performance as a sole source for a subscription-based mental performance coaching program for the police department.
Okay. Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the company that would provide the mental performance coaching program to our police officers.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next item, please.
9E is a resolution authorizing the expenditure of budgeted funds with Federal Eastern International for the purchase of police equipment.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the police equipment related to your approval of the prior items.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Take a
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next item.
9F is a resolution approving a First Amendment to the support agreement with Central Square Technologies for the maintenance and subscription services for certain information technology services.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is our agreement with the company that's called, lost my place, Central Square. They provide the IT for our police department.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
No public speakers.
Okay, I'll take a motion from the commission.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item.
9G is a resolution authorizing the expenditure of budgeted funds for the purchase of 2 2026 Chevrolet Tahoe 4-wheel drive police vehicle from Allen J. Fleet.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, these are the two vehicles that we referenced in the earlier item for our police department.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Need a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next item.
9H is a resolution authorizing the expenditure of budgeted funds for the purchase of 3 Toyota RAV4 hybrid all-wheel drive vehicles from Seminole Toyota.
Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this allows for the purchase of 3 vehicles that were budgeted for our parking division.
Okay, any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Motion.
Need a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item.
9J,
Aye.
excuse me, 9I is a resolution approving the issuance of a purchase order to Wex Bank for the purchase of unleaded fuel utilizing its fuel card program.
Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is the company that we use that provides fuel cards that we use for our city vehicles.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Motion.
Yes,
I would just like to have it on the record that city employees should know not to go to the gas station at 185th Street and Collins, since it's the most expensive station in, I believe, South Florida. So,
okay,
right?
Motion.
So I'd like to have that on the record.
thank you. I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next item. 9J.
9J is a resolution approving a First Amendment to the agreement with Neon Sign Solutions for the removal, fabrication, and installation of monument signs throughout the city.
Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, you have given us approval to renew our entrance signs throughout the city. As part of the permitting process, FDOT requested that we have some additional liability insurance. So that's the purpose of this item.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Those are neon signs?
I'm sorry, I know it looks like it's neon signs, but they're not.
Okay,
It's not neon signs, no.
The company is called Neon Sign. Yeah.
I know, but
Yeah,
it's
but
just in case that they don't know, we don't
Yeah,
remember
it looks
that.
like.
They know that we have a neon ordinance, that we can have neon signs. And, yeah, okay.
And you did approve these signs before,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's definitely not neon.
Okay,
Good
I'll
question.
take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Next item. 9L. Oh, K, sorry. Eagle Eye.
9K is a resolution approving a First Amendment to the agreement with Eagle Eye Officiating for sports officiating and scorekeeping services.
Mr. City
Mayor,
Manager?
Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this approves an agreement with this company to provide sports officiating and scorekeeping services for our CCS.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Joseph,
Are
you
they
want to
gonna be
ask?
scoring for PAL as well? I was wondering.
Like they're gonna
It
create.
has nothing to do with PAL.
No. IPAL. No.
PAL, yeah.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
9L.
9L is a resolution approving an agreement with Comtech and Engineering, Inc. for the Golden Shores Pump Station Rehabilitation Project.
Okay, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is related to our Golden Shores pump station and extends the time a little bit, but the pumps are operational and we're very, very close to completing the project.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll take a motion.
So
I'd
moved.
like to say I couldn't be happier with the situation in Golden Shores. We're the luckiest area in the city as far as how we've mediated the flooding.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Everyone in favor? No?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
9M is resolution approving a Fourth Amendment to the agreement with IM Electric for street lighting, preventive maintenance, and as-needed electrical services.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this approves an agreement with IAM Electric, and this is going to be mainly related to work at Heritage Parking Garage.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right,
But it's not only for the Heritage Park, and because this is bringing the total to $832,000 only for Heritage to change the light fixtures in the garage is $75,000. And again, we didn't approve to do anything for the turtles, and we are just changing this for the heck of it, Because I know it is better to have LED, the halogen, but also this is not going to be. And we are extending this type of contract without comparing with other companies, so I'm not in favor of this.
Is this the same company that's working with FPL for the undergrounding?
Yes, we've done some work with them, yes. They've been very responsive.
Okay.
Still, we should be bidding for this type of, it's over $50,000. So we again, this is bringing us to almost $1 million in lighting fixtures, so no.
Alan, may I ask, this was originally awarded via a bid, correct?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay.
On the copy that's on the agenda, the original agreement's supposed to be attached, but it's not. So I'm going back. But yes, it was competitively bid, but I'll put up the agreement.
Okay.
Yes, it was ITB number 23-11-01.
Bid for the $75,000 for the labor and equipment and changes of Heritage Park specifically, because that only is $75,000.
Not as a specific project, no.
Okay.
The bid was for General Electric services, and this just falls under the scope of the contract you entered.
Correct, but it is also up to us to approve the Fourth Amendment to it. And we are doing it without having a comparison bid.
Okay, anyone else?
Motion.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm knowing this one.
Okay, next item.
Next item is, 9N. It's a resolution approving the expenditure of budgeted funds with landscape forms for the purchase of picnic tables and park benches.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this allows us to purchase some picnic tables and park benches that are concrete, and the detail is in your backup of what it looks like.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, any comments? I'll take a motion.
Motion.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next item.
9O is a resolution approving a second amendment to the agreement with Nunez Construction for the installation of an emergency generator and building restoration at Gateway Community Center.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this allows for a time extension for the generator, not additional monies, just time extension.
Right.
Do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
So we have, excluding this amount, regarding Gateway, I believe we're at $45 million. Does the $45 million include what we just paid for the stucco and all?
Yes.
But there are still other remediations that are required, correct, on that building?
Not right now, no.
Okay, but the building is deficient in other ways?
At this time, we feel like it's current, but it's going to require ongoing maintenance.
Yes.
And
okay.
this amount
Okay. So,
would include the generator. So the total with the plaster repairs is now at $45 million.
right, okay. So,
And includes the land purchase. Thank you.
no, I understand. Yeah, the $44 million includes the land purchase. So at what point do we think maybe we should just start over and do it right? I mean, that's an amazing property. We could have such an amazing structure there that serves the city in so many better ways than what it does now. So what I'm suggesting is, I know we have Gateway, Pelican that we're looking to redevelop. What time frame are we on that? I mean, we're just thinking about it, right?
We, right now during our budget discussions, which I believe our initial budget discussion is next week,
Yes.
We're going to lay that out and have you give us your ideas, and then we can discuss that at that time.
So I believe after we complete Pelican, the correct way, not the way the city's been building buildings over the past 20 years, do Pelican correctly, plan for the future, and then we take down Gateway and we redo it for the future.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph, could we just stick to the item? We can talk about that next week during the budget.
Yes, but
So-
I'm just saying.
I understand,
that
but
we
it's
should
it's
not
late,
put
but that's
any
not,
further
it's
money into
not,
11:30.
this
Push
is
the
not the
gateway.
item
Thank
that
you.
we're talking about.
Well,
So let's
the
just stick to.
generator, I don't believe we
Okay.
really need the generator
All right,
there
so you
right
can
now.
vote
Okay,
against it.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Yes.
Okay, next item.
9P is a resolution ratifying the expenditure of budgeted funds with Calvin Giordano and Associates for temporary city engineer and plan review services, and approving a letter of agreement with Calvin Giordano and Associates to provide general engineering building plan review services for a one-year term.
Okay, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this allows for an agreement with Calvin Giordano for engineering services for plan review. And we have since hired a new city engineer, so we're not sure if we're going to use all of that monies, but we have it just in plan just in case.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
Has the new city engineer, has he looked at the Center Island injection project?
He has.
I'd like to see his report on that, please.
All right, I need a motion on this item.
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next item.
9Q is a resolution approving a First Amendment to the agreement with Waypoint Contracting to provide construction and renovation services for the annex building located at 18050 Collins Avenue.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this allows for First Amendment to the agreement with Waypoint on our annex in an amount not to exceed $299,108.78.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Contingency was supposed to be part of it, of the original contract. So what happened? This is the contingency of the contingency?
go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
I think this goes a little bit to Commissioner Joseph's point. Some of these buildings we have unanticipated things that we've experienced during construction, and there was a number of different items regarding this in particular that were not able to be viewed during our initial inspection of the building. But during construction, for example, we had some issues that we were not able to observe prior to construction.
Like the gas line, what we need the gas line for the restaurant?
The existing gas line, yes, we relocated that to outside of the building. So yes, the gas line for the restaurant is an example.
And we're paying for it. So I am completely against anything and everything that we're doing there with the Tony Romas. I've been very consistent with that. I requested the total amount that we had spent so far. I think it wasn't ready on time for this meeting, so I would like to have it as soon as possible. This is just, again, a disservice that we're doing to the people. It's embarrassing that it's taking this long and this amount of money to just renovate the building department. So if we cannot renovate the building department in 2 years, that's embarrassing, you know? So I'm completely against this, and anytime and every time that something's gonna come from this, I'm gonna be completely against as well.
Okay, so I have a further question, if I
Go
can
ahead,
ask.
Commissioner Joseph.
So have we discovered anything in moving forward with this building that on forethought we would have not moved forward to begin with?
Not in my opinion. If we had rented it totally as a restaurant, as I know that you would like for it to have been, we would have still encountered some of these issues during renovation.
Not us, them, because every contract that we have with the restaurant, they were going to be doing the renovation. They were going to be doing it, they were going to invest in that money, and that was going to be then for us. So we will not be part of all this, it will be on them. And also the lost revenues, we could have been making by now millions of dollars renting that space. So this is being one of the worst decisions that I think made by this commission. So clearly, one off. I said one off. So yeah, I'm completely against this. This is
Okay.
sad and a disservice to
Thank
the people. No, thank you. Okay, please don't stop me because you want to go home.
This is not about me going home.
Well,
This
you
is
are
about
interrupting me.
we're not voting on whether it's going to be a restaurant. You are free to vote against this item. It's already
Yeah,
decided
and to
to be.
make also my comments, I was asking if this was for also the gas line that the building department doesn't need. So this is also money that we're investing on a restaurant that even a broker was the one who decided who we're going to be renting to. So like I said, I make a request on a lot of information about this, so I hope to get in it soon.
Okay. Anyone else?
Motion.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Aye.
No.
Okay, next item.
Just to clarify, that was 3-2.
Yes.
Thank you. 9R is a resolution adopting a social media policy for elected officials.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this is based on our different workshops and feedback from you. This is a social media policy for the elected officials.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
No from
I'll
commissioners?
vote no as well.
Okay. Next item.
Next item, excuse me.
We already did, we're at
9T
T.
is-
T.
9T.
So 9T is a resolution expressing support for a proposed ordinance of Miami-Dade County amending section 21-28 of the Code of Miami-Dade County relating to noise regulations.
Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, this would enable us to support an ordinance from Dade County that's going to increase some restrictions on vehicles and vessels regarding noise. So their commission meeting, I don't remember the day, whether it was yesterday or today, but provided you agree to this, we would send them a letter supporting it prior to the second reading of their ordinance.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. Stephen Hirsch.
Okay.
Last time.
You don't have to give us your last name.
172
It's fine.
Collins.
Yeah.
The noise on Collins Avenue from excessive exhaust is gotten intolerable. I'm hearing that from anyone that lives on Collins, even off of Collins. Unfortunately, Florida does not allow any electronic devices for the measurement of speed. There's sound cameras that are available in other states. In addition to encouraging our support of the Miami-Dade ordinance, I would also hope that we can, through either our legislative advocacy or Florida League of Cities, see if we can get Tallahassee to allow local governments to implement noise cameras. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll take a motion.
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 Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next item. 9V.
9.
No, sorry, 9U, 9U.
Is a resolution joining Miami-Dade County in urging the Trump administration to suspend all Cuba-related federal licenses and general authorizations pending full federal audits and investigations.
This is a joint resolution by the three of us. I think it just speaks for itself. It's supporting a resolution that was already passed by the county. Anyone want to add anything? Okay, I need a motion.
No.
I had a question. What licenses? I didn't understand the item. What licenses?
Just to put further pressure on Cuba.
I understand the purpose, but what licenses?
It's more of just supporting their resolution. We don't have to do anything.
So nobody knows what licenses?
It's business licenses as far as I know.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what it is.
Might be
so,
import licenses. it might-
well, if we don't know what it is, I'm not going to
No,
vote on
so,
something I
okay.
don't know.
So
I'm
it
a no.
requires research.
All right, so I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
No.
Vice Mayor is a no. Next item?
I don't
Alex
know
is
what-
also no.
Okay.
I don't understand what licenses or,
No problem. Next item,
Yeah.
9V.
9V is a resolution acknowledging the 4th anniversary of Russia's further invasion of Ukraine and expressing support for the people of Ukraine.
Yeah,
Joint
just
item
that.
by,
Basically, just that. It's also very self-explanatory. Many of our Ukrainian residents asked me for this, so I am acknowledging their request.
Yes.
any public
And I-
speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I make a motion.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
I'm going to be a no.
Okay.
Although I think it's good that you're doing it. I think it deserves acknowledgement. The last time it was brought forward, it was in a slightly different context, and we had this conversation that I'm getting feedback, I don't know why. But anyway, I said before that I'm not weighing in on any foreign affairs, so I'm a no for that reason, but I think it's appropriate that you brought it forward.
Okay. Commissioner Lama, did you have anything you wanted to say?
yeah, I'm a yes. I mean, obviously, this could be a divisive issue here in the city. We did receive a couple of emails expressing opposition to that. But I just like to state the way I see it is that you're supporting the people of Ukraine that are suffering, that are going through war. Unfortunately, 90% of the wars are, started by forces or interests that we don't even know about. And there's always some sort of interest that does not take into consideration the actual people that are suffering. So I do express support for the people of Ukraine that are suffering, and all peoples that are involved in war that are suffering. So yeah, I definitely support this.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add to that, as someone that personally has family living in Ukraine and Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, the entire area, this is a very difficult time for all those people, and we have so many of them living in the city. They're all our extended family, and we feel for all of them. I appreciate this item, Commissioner Stuyvesant, but I want to acknowledge the fact that there's suffering on regrettably, for a lot of people, and it would be really great if this ended sooner rather
Yes.
than later. But
And I'd
okay,
just like to say one other thing, that I'd like to praise the Ukrainian people for the development of drone warfare. It's actually, it's the future of warfare, and it's going to aid the U.S. quite a lot, having them as an ally.
Jerry, can we limit our comments to supporting the people that are suffering? I mean, we're talking about warfare now.
Well,
I
no,
mean, I don't think the
but-
purpose is. I understand, but I mean that's the point of Jennifer's comment, that we don't like to opine on foreign conflicts. We've been elected to take care of city affairs, and it gets difficult to, especially when you have these type of comments, and especially when wars are started by special interest groups, okay, and these poor people are being used as pawns. A lot of the people that are involved and are actually dying and suffering. So I understand about the drones and this and that, but I don't think those comments have any place in this commission.
Well,
And
it's reality.
No, it is reality, but we should stick to having, supporting people. I wish this war had never happened, and just like any other war, like I said, in my opinion, 90 or 99% of the wars are started by special interest for ambitions that we don't know, resources, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I think you know, we should be mindful of the comments we make, whether you're for Ukraine or for whomever. I think that the ultimate goal should be peace and understanding.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lama. I echo that. We have to be very careful with our words. But I think that we are all in agreement that we are against this and support the Ukrainian people and all people that are suffering. I'll take a motion. I need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Vice Mayor, you're a no?
I was a no.
Okay, next item.
9W is a resolution approving the issuance of proclamations requested by elected officials. Similar to what we did with proclamations that were requested by the city's administration, these are all proclamations that have been requested over the course of the past 2 years by members of the commission. I do want to point out that if there is a proclamation here that isn't listed, doesn't mean that the commission doesn't reserve the right to be able to bring those
Right.
forward individually.
It's just, okay, thank you. Any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I have an add-on item.
Yes. 9X is a resolution approving the issuance of a proclamation presented for Black History Month 2026.
Commissioner Lama?
Yeah, so, you know, talking about what we just spoke about, Ukraine and war and everything, I mean, given that it's Black History Month, and someone that I admire a lot is Dr. Martin Luther King, and he was a huge advocate for peace, and he was opposed to militarism and special interest behind, you know, a lot of the wars that are caused. So he was very anti-war. So having said that, if you could, Mauricio, please read the proclamation. So obviously there's a recognition of the, you know, all of the efforts and everything the Black community has contributed to the United States and to this great nation. So, you know, it's a recognition of their contribution and what they've added to this, to the building of this nation. So, yeah.
Okay, the proclamation reads, whereas the city of Sunny Isles Beach takes pride in joining Americans throughout the country in recognizing February 2026 as Black History Month, whereas Black History Month pays tribute to the contributions that African Americans have made to American history in their struggles for freedom and equality, and deepens understanding of our shared history. Whereas the Association for the Study of African American Life and History has named the theme of the Black History Month in 2026 to be a century of Black history commemorations. This theme celebrates what began as a week-long observance of Black contributions to history and modern culture in 1926 and has over time become the Black History Month we know today. Whereas inequality and injustice still linger in our cities, states, and country, and it should be the aspiration and responsibility of every citizen to advance the American ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. We encourage all to recognize and confront continuing issues by eliminating barriers with fearlessness and determination to empower Black people to promote and protect their health, wellness, current endeavors, and history. And whereas the city of Sunny Isles Beach is proud to honor the history, contributions, and achievements of Black community locally, nationally, and globally. We uplift our Black community leaders, educators, business owners, professionals, and all others who promote well-being and knowledge throughout the many facets of the Black community as part of our whole inclusive community. We remain committed to honoring diversity, equity, inclusion, and mutual respect as the fundamental principles of the county, city, and state government, and work to promote these core values throughout our community. Now, do I, Larissa Sachin, as mayor and on behalf of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as Black History Month.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Commissioner Lamo, do you want to make a motion for your item?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
And before we adjourn.
No, we have citizens forum still.
Wait, no, but before we get
We
there.
have your
Right,
bills.
which I don't see here, but remember the
Oh, we had an add-on
resolutions
item.
that we deferred Because
Yes.
Alan said, pump the brakes on us last month, and
Yeah, so what number is this? I don't even have it.
I don't have it either, but we can add it, I guess, now if we vote on it. It's already drafted and signed.
So it's a Y?
We just, I guess it would be Y.
Okay.
I just think I need to formally get your approval to be
Sure.
able to transmit it. So I guess a motion to add it.
What?
Alan?
Remember, right? Right. Although Mauricio mentioned it at the beginning, but.
No, it's been added already.
Oh, okay.
It's not on here, that's why.
No, it's
It
not
was
on
added
there because of
verbally.
the short notice, but it was added
Okay,
as a
so
part of
it's,
order.
okay, 9Y then.
Okay, so these are the ad valorem, the resolution that we agreed to last month, but then Alan said, hold off because we're in litigation and we need to
It's the
make sure
cleanup-
that we're not.
It's the cleanup bills for SB
The cleanup
remaining.
bill.
Okay, just in case anybody wanted to sign up to speak for it.
Oh, I'm holding the wrong ones. Yes, it's the cleanup bills.
Okay, do we have anything to read in the record? Mauricio?
Yes. Vice Mayor, could you remind me the number of the bills?
I grabbed the wrong papers because I have the ad valorem ones because we corrected it.
I can get it for you.
So it's, and I left my legislative stuff on my desk.
Alan's getting it.
Isaac, no podium tonight?
It's SB 218 and HB 217.
Thank you.
And SB 840.
Okay.
217, 218, and 40, right?
Yeah, SB 218, HB 217, and SB 840.
Okay, so it's a resolution expressing support for the Florida House Bill 217 and Florida Senate Bill 218 relating to the land use regulations in areas affected by natural disasters.
Okay. Does anybody want to sign up to speak? No? Okay.
And then the other one is the resolution expressing support for Florida Senate Bill 840 relating to local governments affected by natural disasters.
Anyone? No. All right. Do you want to make a motion?
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I don't have any information on this, so I'm a no. I haven't
Okay.
been able to read it.
All right. So we have one no. Now we're on to Citizens Forum.
One more, Mayor, I'm so sorry. Earlier this week, or a couple of weeks ago, you all received an email from Myra regarding a donation from the Pelican Seaboard sponsorship. You all provided that documentation, so Vice Mayor Vizcarra had requested it for it to be added on for consideration. So at this time, without a resolution, even though you all have received the application already, it would be a motion to approve that sponsorship.
Right, I mean, I won't be able to attend because it's on the Wednesday of the residency, the Residence Academy, but
Can you remind me, please, and just so for the record, what?
it's a gala.
No, I know, but for the three people that are here.
1 second, I'll pull it up. So it's the request from the Pelican Harbor for their upcoming gala.
We went there last year, I think.
Okay. So the event is on Wednesday, March 11th, starting at 6 through 9:30 p.m. And it's a celebration with their ambassadors, and it's a gala to support the organization.
I would make a motion to support, I will make the motion. However, I didn't know we were going to be discussing sponsorships or donations. I have a whole thing about it, so I guess I will bring it next week when we're having the budget meeting. But yeah, I make the motion.
I need a second?
I'll second it.
How much there's different sponsorship packages, so which one?
Wasn't it 5,000?
It's by the number of tickets, so I was thinking if the four of you can go.
$2,000 would
the
get you 4
tickets.
seats.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not going to be able to go.
I can't go.
$500 a ticket?
It's a donation.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I
so
support it,
it's
yeah.
March what? 11th?
March 11th.
Yeah.
March 11th.
All right, so we're voting on 4 tickets.
Is there any flyer that's connected with it? That we
Yes,
could-
it was shared.
It's the email.
It was shared on Friday the 13th at 5:23.
Okay?
All right, so,
All in favor?
aye.
All right, now we're on to citizens forum.
Okay. David Virgil.
Hi, David.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. My name is David Virgil. My address is 17500 North Bay Road. I know there's 10 minutes until midnight, so I'll be quick. I just want to go back to the discussion you all had on remote voting earlier today. I wanted to say I would be against that being allowed. I know things come up, people get sick, and there's emergencies, but these meetings are always on the third Thursday of every month at 6:30 p.m. So unless there's a real emergency, you should be here present. And if people from the public are able to stay throughout these entire meetings, all of you should be able to stay through them too. For example, if I wanted to speak from home, I wouldn't be able to do that. So in order to be fair with the public, you all should be present as well. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, David. Any other speakers? No?
No.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Okay.